Welcome. Okay, there we go. Meeting's now streaming live on YouTube. Welcome to the Centerville work session agenda. Centerville work session of June 2nd, meeting at 5:30 p.m. by Zoom conference. Let's do a roll call. Councilman Ince.
Here.
Councilwoman McEwen.
Present.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Present.
Councilwoman Fillmore.
Here.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Councilmember Ivy will be joining shortly, Mr. Mayor. She's just trying to get the room number. Leah will be responding to her with the room number so she can join. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I hope
Well-
Tammy's really where it looks like she is.
I wish I were.
Well, Robin, if you rearrange just slightly, it could almost look like you're sitting up against an airplane bulkhead. You know, that does look like an aisle window, sort of. So.
Well, you know me. I'm always out traveling about.
Brad, were we waiting for or should we go?
It's up to you, Mayor.
Well, if she's trying to get in, so we know she's trying, then I'll give it another few seconds.
Gonna have to wear glasses that don't have non-reflective coat or without the reflective coatings on them. Gives me really good computer eyes.
They're glowing blue.
Yeah, you're looking pretty out of this world.
I've been told that before, but you know, never in a public setting.
You need to put the space background up.
I've already got it. It's it's all there. So.
I can barely zoom. I can't zoom around the room.
We got two issues. Maybe she'll get in by the time I kind of go over the issues we're doing, and we'll give each. So we're looking at the first issue till like 6:15, 6:20. Then we got the second issue that will go till a little before 7 before our regular council meeting. So the first issue is the Centerville City Baseball Program discussion. And a little background on this, in addition to what you have in your materials. You have the history in your materials when the program was created and what's taken place with the program over the years. We have on with us, and when we ask them to speak or when they want to speak, then they will turn on their audio. We have looks like we have Ben Horsley and we have Matt Layton from what I'm seeing as participants. So who have been involved with the program. So what we got is a situation that the program's been under the city administration before, and we just want to have a discussion about whether it continue to be under city administration or we form an association. There's been some issues as far as with some payments and concerns, things that we've had concern about. My big thing is, I told Brent this yesterday, and I told Matt today when I talked to him earlier today, is he's run a fabulous baseball program. I just want a great baseball program, no matter how it's done. It is the only sports program that we run outside of things like Lisa and now Jennifer will do with our rec programs, but obviously soccer's done through the rec center and junior jazz is as well, and football's youth conference football, et cetera, et cetera. So we've traditionally piggybacked on other things. So that's the discussion that we want to have, and that's a little background for it. So with that, Ben or Matt, either one of you want to give a little background of what you've been doing with your organization?
I was hoping Matt would jump in here first.
Hey, Ben. Matt, you gonna jump in first?
Yeah, Sure, happy to do it.
Ben's deferring to you.
Yeah, so I mean,
We're talking history. He's the guy.
if we want to talk kind of the history, Ben's been involved for many years as well. Been working closely with Bruce over the last 5 to 6 years, kind of building up the program and creating some excitement around Centerville baseball. I've always had a passion for it. I grew up playing it back in the 80s, and it was a big part of my life, and it had a huge impact on me just from a social standpoint and from an athletic standpoint. So I have some roots that go way back in this, and it's been important to me. So we've always appreciated the support of the city. I mean, Bruce has always been willing to, we come up with a new idea, and Bruce is always willing to help us out and make things happen. So from that perspective, you know, the city has just been phenomenal, and I can't say enough about the support that we get. I talk to other cities, other programs, and they don't always get that support. So I guess some of the frustrations that come up are more just because it is run through the city, you know, the city has to do things certain ways because it's a government entity, and some of the things that maybe we want to do, and some of the ways that makes it easier for us to run a program and for the people that register for the program, that can maybe cause a little bit of difficulty at times. So then you start talking about, well, maybe it makes sense to have a separate entity that the city can support, to where maybe it works for both, on both sides. So that was kind of the brainchild there. I threw that out there a few years ago. Didn't really get much traction there, just because there really wasn't a huge issue, and it's worked. But Ben, do you have anything to add there?
No, I think that's good history there. We love our relationship with the city. I think we all share the same goal of wanting to see this program grow and expand and serve the residents of Centerville and represent our city well. And how we do that is kind of what we're discussing tonight, is what's the best and most innovative organization that can move that forward.
Well, can we go back for just a second? And Matt, you said that there are things, because we're a government entity, that we can't do that would be potentially better served through this association or other entity. Can you help me understand in real terms what you mean by that? Because I'm not putting together what the example is.
Well, they're just because of, especially on I guess the financial side, as far as, I know there's certain restrictions that as far as how payment is received and when it's received. The software that we've used didn't always comply with those, and Clark can help me to state the right laws that are there, but those of the software that we've used, the way that payment was received and processed, the way that it was standard for that software to do it, it didn't fit with the regulations that the city had to abide by. And so we had to do some workarounds to make that work, and we made it work. And then, but there's always been a little bit of, I guess, difficulty in making that work. Does that answer your question?
And Matt, as you said earlier today, you used that payment software because it also was the complete software for the baseball program, right? For your scheduling and all that as well.
Yeah. So we switched to this software because it does such a great job in making registering the kids, setting up the schedules, setting up the teams. It's custom built for that. It's a software that's custom built for, for recreation, specifically baseball. So
it also allows us to do some other things with the website to enhance registration processes, allows us to easy to use formatting. So we don't have to have a WordPress certification or some other sort of HTML components to be able to update things instantaneously when there's a rainout, for instance. So there's a lot of different, it's an all-in-one package is what it really was.
Okay,
Ms. Mayor, if I can step in, I can help understand. On our end, the Blue Sombrero program was free, and we were able to use authorize.net for our merchant processing, which is different than what we use for our utility payment was Express Bill Pay. So we made an exception to use a third party, and it was a little more costly than Express Bill Pay since it's a state contract. The difference was this year, they required us to use their merchant services, and that was definitely a lot more costly. So there was a change in the way they do it. Now the software is great. I think it's far more effective and beneficial for the program, but on our end, it was more costly in merchant fees, and there was an additional $3 cost to each registration that would go directly to Blue Sombrero. And then the challenge is right now, even today, we received an email. Thursday, we received an email because we've been trying to process all the refunds for the parents. And Blue Sombrero just sent us an email saying, hey, we just found 30 participants we haven't refunded yet. So we got to process those. So we started this process in mid-April to do refunds, and we're still trying to process those. So that's been frustrating, but those are the issues we've had with the software, the merchant side. Software, no complaints. I think the software is great.
Okay, so that's a vendor problem, not necessarily. I don't necessarily. I'm still not making the connection about where we get more flexibility in terms of.
I might be able to help with another example. Ben is my fifth baseball coordinator that I've worked with since I started, and Centerville City took over baseball just right after I started working for the city. And we first had Richard Hunt, who was a part-time employee that we made full-time employee when we took over baseball. And then when Richard Hunt retired, we went out, advertised for a baseball coordinator, and interviewed and selected, and we had Randy Smith was our baseball coordinator. And each one of these coordinators has enhanced and improved the program and grown the program. After Randy Smith, he had spent several years and was ready to do something different, and so we advertised again, took applicants, did interviews, and we hired Brian Hurst. And Brian Hurst, again, took it to another level, did a great job. He's actually still volunteering with our baseball program and training our umpires. But then one of the differences is Brian Hurst, after working for a few years in running the program, said, hey, I've got some guys that I know are really good, dedicated to Centerville baseball, that I would like them to take over for me. When I'm ready to take a lesser role. And that's one of the flexibilities with an association, is they can select their own board members and their own president and elect president-elect. And it does not have to go through an unbiased advertising for a position, hiring somebody and making them a city employee. It would be something that the association would have the decision-making power to decide who their board members are and who they want to be their next board president. And they've kind of done that then with Matt now, as Matt's taking a lesser role and has passed the mantle on to Ben. We didn't go out and advertise. We didn't interview. But Ben had already been working with the program for years, had been a volunteer, official volunteer of the city, had done the criminal background check and everything. And so things were moving that direction. So that's one example of something they could have more freedom in electing and selecting and they're making their leadership decisions and rules. Whereas it wouldn't have to be done through the city's hiring process.
So maybe I'll
so-
begin, right? Because I have even more history. And it was an association, and there were some problems with all the things that you just said would be benefits, because sometimes you'll have, as we all know, baseball and baseball fathers and baseball families, and I'm putting mine own in there, that sometimes instead of becoming a city program, it becomes ran by 3 or 4 men, and it's handed off from one man to the next. And that's how we almost lost our program. And so that's why they came back to the Centerville and asked the city to take it back, was so there was a little overseeing so that one or two people couldn't. And I'm not saying this now, I'm saying we've got to look for the future. I mean, it's been 20 years since this was taken over. So I think everybody that's came in has done a phenomenal job and built the baseball back up to what it's at. And I'm afraid we're turning around and saying, hey, it's so phenomenal, let's go. But we're going back to where it wasn't phenomenal and where we lost a ton of baseball players. And so you would be amazed as a city council person how many phone calls I get over baseball, most of which I just have to turn into somebody else. But the citizens are very active in baseball. They're very interested in baseball, and they do assume that the city has a say over it. So if we don't, that's going to put the city council, not only ours, but in the future, in kind of a disadvantage of not being able, if a problem does come up, your city council can't do anything about it. That I would be very sad to see us go back to an association. I would like to, like I said, I think it's just gone phenomenal. I hear so many good things about baseball. And Matt, I've heard so many wonderful things about what you've done for our baseball while you've been the director. And so I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to go back to where it can become the good old boys club or however you want to put that. And I don't think it will right now, because you've got it to a really high peak. But 5 years from now, 10 years from now, as it slowly goes back into one picking their next one, we could end up back in that good old boys system. And this is the only program that the city has. And we do have a lot of people that are very frustrated that we turned all of our sports over to the rec center and some of that they feel like we don't offer what Farmington offers and some of the other cities offer for their kids. And so I hate to give up the only thing that we actually offer for our kids.
So one of the things that I've thought about, this is kind of specialized, and the city, as a city, we just don't want to hire somebody that's not been involved with baseball and they have some other organization in another area. I mean, I like the concept, because Bruce gave us a good history of how we've continued to have good baseball coordinators because they brought them up through the system. So I think it's great that Matt has had Ben involved, and we can hand it off to Ben. One other suggestion I just made just before this meeting I thought about was we could you have either the city running it or an association. A hybrid of that was a baseball committee, like we have our other committees. And within those committees, you have these people on the committee that then, you can make a chair of the committee and you can pass on that way without necessarily going through an interview process for somebody that really hasn't been involved with it. Because that's been the strength of our program. And what you just said, Councilwoman Meekum, and what Bruce said and everything else is we've had that continuity going down the line.
They've been hired from the city. We've picked people that were in our baseball program, but we have always picked them. Matt was picked by the council. I think Ben would be the first one that would not have been picked by the council. So you list all the great ones we've had, and they've all been ones that had history. So you can still pick somebody who's been in the baseball program in Centerville for a long time. I just think that all the great ones we've had, the councils have, they haven't really been just appointed by whoever was there. They were vetted, and Ben would be the first one that wasn't.
Well, that actually brings up a procedural question for me, and this is the staff in general, and I don't really care who answers first one to get their screen turned on, I guess. This is a compensated position that we have budgeted for annually. Is Ben receiving compensation at this point? Because if he is, then we violated employment law.
No.
So no, Ben's not being compensated. Only employees are being compensated. It's kind of and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just repeating, I think, from what I understand. Matt's position is compensated because he is technically the baseball coordinator. Now, Matt has foregone the salary and asked a couple years ago, say, I'd like to use this funding to support an administrative assistant, which then we brought on Cheyenne as, I believe, a paid employee, which she's gone through the process of becoming, she's an employee, and she does turn in hours, but not all of her hours. She only turns in periodically. Brian Hurst, I think, is still also a city employee, but he does not receive any compensation. And these are the areas where we need to define it. What positions are part of the baseball program, what's compensated. And then we all have all of our regulations where they have to go through the annual training for sexual harassment, ethics training. Those things haven't been happening. And that's what I'm saying is we need to figure out what the program is, who the employees are, and who's taking money and who's not. I mean, if all the positions wish to be volunteer, that's perfectly acceptable. We can make them volunteer positions. It's just a different process. But we've got to have consistency. We can't really have an employee such as Cheyenne who, let's say, works 20 hours and turns in 10 hours. That's a separate issue that we need to address. And Matt or Ben, you can correct me on any of that if I mess that up, or Bruce.
I'd like to be very clear that I'm not receiving any compensation. That being said, Councilmember Mecham, I apologize. I got disconnected from my audio and had to jump back on the call. So I'm not sure exactly what I missed. But I think the model that we have right now is, from what I understand, I work in government. I work for a board of education that has the same stipulations and requirements in terms of not just volunteers, but how we function, transparency laws, Opens Meetings Act laws, all these other requirements subject to audit. I've worked closely on several audits that have burned my agency in the last few years. So I can understand that there's some trepidation on the part of the city to either there's only one choice moving forward. It's either going a more heavily regulated route where the city council has absolute control, but then has to fund the personnel to take over these positions. Or we can create a hybrid through a memorandum of understanding that gives our organization the authority to run the program, but does so under certain conditions that the council would be comfortable with. And I think we're all wanting the same thing, which is an awesome baseball program for the city of Centerville. But I can tell you right now, we can't continue to function in the same fashion we have due to all these other stipulations out there. One, not that because something's doing something wrong, but how do I take minutes on every single meeting and conversation I have with our board? When we make a decision to call a rain out, are we required to post that 24 hours in advance, that meeting, to decide that on a Zoom call? You can see there's all these little stipulations requisite as being a part of a government entity. And I understand that. I know that we cannot function as nimble as we would need to in order to be able to market and produce a product that is attractive to the citizens and residents of this city, as well as we draw from other cities because our program is better run and more attractive and enjoyable for our families as a result of that nimbleness. And that's really what we're discussing here. So if there's concerns, we need to address those in a memorandum of understanding to make sure the city is getting the product it wants in that relationship. I think that's where we can really solve some of those issues.
So Ben, are you saying the program is broken now because you're not doing those things now?
I'm telling you right now that we have never recorded our meeting minutes, and they technically could be subject to GRAMA.
So when you're saying the board and board's decision and board meetings, who do you mean? Because as far as our understanding, we have had Matt Layton and then Matt's assistant that was just mentioned.
Cheyenne.
And so
over the last, that's a great question. Over the last few years, Matt and I have brought on additional volunteers, parent volunteers at all age groups to create. I have a master's in public administration, so we have created bylaws, draft bylaws, and organizational structure so that the workload is not just contingent on Matt, Cheyenne, and I trying to run everything, but that we can take out the good old boys mentality, that we can build an organization with many people involved and engaged to handle the many facets that this organization requires. So we actually have 4 or 5 other board members who participate on an actual board. We have some draft bylaws that we've never formally adopted because, frankly, we've never been able to get past this point that we're discussing right now.
Yeah, so that's why this meeting is so essential, and it's that first discussion of recognizing, oops, that is a certain direction, which, I mean, sounds like really great improvements, because there is definitely an organizational weakness if everything is reliant on 1 or 2 people, right? And it's a large, complicated organization. And so getting more people involved is certainly a good step for the health of the organization. But since it is under the umbrella of the city, we definitely need to go about that through some different channels and in a more formal way. So we have a couple layers of decision, it sounds like here, right? The first layer of decision is just that big major question of, do we want it to be a city-run program or not? And then the rest is just working out technicalities of how best to go about making sure one way or the other is done correctly. I will say that my leaning with the research that I've done is to keep it under the city umbrella, because the examples that I have seen and found through history is that, as well-intentioned as the independent and parent-run organizations are, it's very, very dependent on 1 or 2 particular individuals. And so then when those people are done and it passes through, if you don't have the structural organization of something as solid as a city behind it, then it can easily start going downhill. And so in the research that I've done, I've seen that the pattern is that cities have to step in to build back up the parent-run organizations. I haven't ever heard of or seen the other way around. And it's not to say there aren't examples of that. Maybe there are, because my research isn't complete. It's just been pretty surface right now. But that's where I'm leaning right now, because as I study history of some of the different community organizations around, that's what I've seen.
Could I respond to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
I appreciate that perspective. I would point out there's 2 really, actually several really good examples right around you as we speak. There's the Youth Conference program, which is a total independent organization running throughout the state. Mueller Park Baseball is running right now as a parent-led organization with structure as a nonprofit, with a relationship with the city of Bountiful. And also the Legacy program, which is a combination that serves the West Bountiful and Woods Cross, is also, again, an independent entity and program that only relationship with the city is to provide that service, and in terms of that, gets access to the fields. And so there's lots of little different examples around us where this is succeeding and doing well. Again, I think that if we want to continue with the success of a program, you're going to be hard pressed to find volunteers if it's a strictly city-run program, because you're going to be we all know this. We're all involved in government to some respect or another. We're going to be creating hoops to jump through, and it's going to make things a lot more difficult to run and to complete essential tasks. And we just cannot be as nimble as we need to be in order to help this program to grow and be successful. So that would be my primary concern. Is I'm trying to help this program grow. How do we do that? How do we protect the city and at the same time, again, meet all of our goal? And I think having a quality memorandum of understanding in terms of the requirements that the program needs to provide, and in term what the program gets in terms of access and support from the city. we can define all that in a very quality memorandum of understanding.
So Ben, let me
I'm
just
confused.
go ahead, Stephanie. Sorry.
I'm confused. So, Ben, I just you list several surrounding cities that are parent-run organizations that you say are doing a great job. But just a couple of minutes ago, you said that our organization is so much better than all the others, and we're pulling people from other cities because our organization is better, and we're the one that's run by the city. So I'm not seeing. I'm seeing a disconnect there.
Okay, I'm
Let me explain further.
Ben, just a second.
Sure.
What Ben is saying is true, but we go back to what Matt and Ben have done. They have set up an organization, and they have people under that organization, and they have set up bylaws and some of these things, and we've let them run with it. And fortunately, we've had good people, and we've had a great program. And so if it stays under the city, we got to give flexibility. They got to be able to run with it, because none of us know how to run baseball programs. You hire the good people and let them run with it. And that's why it's run well. Ben?
Councilmember Ivy, specific to
Yeah.
your question, I'm talking about the Kaysville program, which has fallen apart. We pulled a lot of their kids. The Layton Recreation Program got turned into a city-run program. We're pulling a lot of kids from further up north. And because of our accessibility, people see our fields. That's a helpful marketing tool, but it's because it's a quality run program with good communication and good access to enhancement of those kids' abilities and skills. We're starting to grow a softball program now. A lot of other cities do not provide that. Mueller Park does not provide a softball program, and neither does Legacy. So we're trying to not only enhance the baseball side of things, but grow the program to make sure we're serving the young women in our community as well. Those are programs and opportunities that are not provided in other places. So yes, we are doing good by drawing a lot of those resources and those people from other places. Are we pulling every resident of Kaysville out? No, but I can tell you right now on our Centerville Select team, there's 2 kids. There's 1 kid from Layton, 1 kid from Kaysville, and there's 1 kid all the way from South Weber, because they just don't have a great program.
Okay, but I was attending city council when the baseball program was falling apart, and they asked the city to take it over. So I would venture to say that we have a great program, and it's somewhat because there's been the consistency of the city there. And yes, there have been great people there. And yes, there's been a structure of the city that has helped with that. And I would like to continue that.
Well, I wasn't here 20 years ago when it fell apart, but I can tell you that some of the things we are able to do, we would not be able to do if it was a strictly city-run program. I don't have the resources to do minutes on every single meeting. I would have to do records management. How many other regulations and stipulations are consistent with running a city-run type committee that you do with all of your other committees? I've been involved on the Parks and Rec committee. I know what's involved in that. Are we going to have to run every single decision by the city under these restrictions? Yes, and we've been making some decisions, like whether to hold games when there's raining outside. You can see there requires some nimbleness that we just wouldn't have under the city structure.
Well, Ben, I'm
Careful.
the best part about having a city attorney on staff is we can always ask Lisa questions. Lisa, can you talk to the nimbleness question and what your thoughts are there?
Well, I don't know what your specific, yeah, I mean, we're a governmental entity and we have to have open records and open meetings and, but we, sometimes transfer transparency for efficiency, but a lot of our other committees comply with that. So I don't know.
Well, I would maybe say that, I mean, I want to understand, I really want to understand the list of pros and cons. And Ben, what are the strong pros that you're seeing with being completely separate? What I hear you're saying is maybe there's some kind of partnership that keeps things connected. I'm not
That's an
sure.
excellent question.
I'm not sure if it has to be one or the other. I'd like that question answered. But one thing that, particularly to your point about nimbleness, though, I do wonder if the nimbleness comes from certain decisions being made by the director and assistant director. And so not all decisions have to be made by your board, just not like all decisions have to be made by the entire council. We give away a lot of our decision-making power to the paid staff. And so that would be the same kind of situation here. You'd have a committee, but your two administrative positions would be the ones who are making those calls that need nimbleness.
I appreciate that. I think what I'm trying to say is that I think we all like what has been produced over the last few years. So let's create a hybrid type organization that meets the city's needs under an MOU, an actual formal agreement. So I think I'm not knocking government regulation. I work under it. I am the grandma officer, for crying out loud, in my own organization. That the reality is, if we want, I agree with Council Member Ivy, if we want things to continue in the same direction and flow we have, that's not possible if we move it to a strictly city-run program. And you guys don't have the protections that you're looking for under a private organization that strictly runs it all themselves. So let's find some agreement under a memorandum of understanding where we can continue to have what we have now.
But Ben, that's where I'm with Tammy is I agree. And I was thinking, well, like a rain out, that should be the baseball commissioner, or you could empower somebody to do that. It sounds like, and maybe I'm making an overgeneralization, that, you know, if we don't reach an MOU or split this off, that the whole program falls apart, which makes me go, well, is that, you know, that sounds like when you talk about it that way, the phrase that comes to mind is cult of personality. Or is our baseball program based on only a few people and it cannot succeed as a city organization?
Absolutely not. And I appreciate that question. I'm just looking at some other places where when you go strictly to a city-run program, a lot of the extras and a lot of the different things that make a program successful disappear. And that's not because there's not good people trying to make things happen. But for instance, we've tried to create a family fun environment. We've gone and done a movie night. We've brought in food trucks on certain evenings. We've done a spirit week. Those things are all contingent on a very vibrant volunteer base who's passionate about that program, and you lose a lot of that. I've seen it in Layton. I've seen it in Kaysville. When you lose those volunteers on that board who are passionate about creating that environment, and they're not driven by a paycheck, they're driven by the passion for what they're doing, some of those elements just simply get lost. And it's not because Ben or Matt, especially not Matt, just kidding, but you get what I'm saying. It's there.
What would the difference between the board that you've created and a baseball committee like the Parks and Rec Committee, who runs our movies in the park purely out of desire to serve the city? What would that difference be? And just when we're talking about examples, I just want to let you know that Farmington went from a parent-run organization to a city-run organization just a couple years ago because it was falling apart, and they came to the city and said, and parents came to the city and said, please help us save our organization. And I believe that you called it the Legacy, but the West Bountiful Woods Cross organization, they're currently having conversations with the rec district, asking the rec district to take it over.
I would speak first to the, I've served on that movie committee. I wouldn't knock it at all. I think that's a great example of that, but it's a very small run, minimal committee with, again, some passionate volunteers. But you know what I did on that committee? I set up a movie projector and I selected movies. There wasn't any option to expand or do anything new or unique. We looked at bringing in some other options. We were shut down by the city at the time because there were some restrictions on access. And I get that. I understand if you open it to one, you have to open it to all. And we didn't want our program or our residents being overrun by a variety of interests and free speech concerns. So to speak to the Farmington issue, Farmington does run the base rec program, but who runs the All-Star program and the other enhancements on their actual program? It's run by a parent-led board. And so there are our biggest challenge right now as a recreation program is we're losing more and more kids to just straight up competitive baseball. So this last year, we've created a select team that's an enhancement on the All-Star program. We created our own league here and invited other cities to participate. And had COVID not stopped us, we would have had a very robust program that would have been competing with private organizations like Rocky Mountain School of Baseball and some of the other big tournament type programs out of Salt Lake County. And we had a tremendous amount of interest in something like that. With due respect, if the city was simply running that, they would simply be wanting to run a recreation program, not something that continues to push and attract using free market forces and enhancing the overall program by offering more services.
Okay, so I just want to jump in here and say that you've nailed on the head one of my greatest concerns. And that is, it's extraordinarily difficult to find recreation level, affordable, just for fun sports. And so I appreciate so much the desire to grow the program. I appreciate so much. I have a 14-year-old daughter who loves softball, but she didn't start when she was 8, and we don't want to play in a competitive league. And so there's this huge hole, right? So to hear you say that you're trying to fill that hole just warms my heart and makes me so excited. But the reason that there's a hole is because you're expected to start when you're 8, and then you pay a lot of money and you get super serious about it, and you're at that comp league level. And so it's very important to me as a city representative to push back on that and to work and fight really hard, because our cultural trend is to grow everything bigger and better and more serious. And so one of my goals is always to push and push and push to allow for recreational opportunities for the kids who don't necessarily want it at that level. And I'm not saying you wouldn't provide both, but I'm just saying that if it were a tug and a pull, and we're maybe by going independent, the cultural tendency would maybe pull us more towards this other direction, I would want to keep us pulled back more.
Tammy, I couldn't agree more. And let me explain myself a little bit better, because perhaps I failed in that regard. We're trying to make sure kids stay in recreation, but we can't do that if they continue to pop over to those private entities, like you said. So what we have created is an opportunity to allow kids to continue to participate in recreation. And then when I'm talking about expanding, I'm talking about creating a girls softball program, so that there's this opportunity not only for the boys to get a recreation experience and not have to be super serious about it from the age of 8 up, but also for our young girls to have that same opportunity. So our goal is when I'm talking about enhancing the program or building the program, I'm talking about making recreation baseball stronger. And as it stands, a lot of these other entities around us are getting weaker because they're not providing opportunities and experiences for those other kids who are just a little upper echelon to continue. There's no incentive for them to stay in recreation right now. And that's the biggest detriment to recreation sports, is that we're not giving them that. And so we're trying to find a hybrid way to support those kids so that they can still continue to participate in recreation and not feel like they're not going to make their high school team at some point down the road. Because you're right, they're 8, they're 9 years old. I've got a 9-year-old player right now. The last thing I want for him to do is to take it so super serious that he loses his love of the game.
I could just interject real quick. When I started doing this, what we found was we were losing kids to competition baseball at about 10U. So when they hit 10 years old is when they were done with rec. Either they were done with it or they went to play competition because they were serious about it. 5 years later, 6 years later, we're losing kids at 7 years old. They're going to play competition baseball. 7-year-old competition baseball is a real thing. It's crazy. It's insane that we're taking our kids to play competitive baseball at 7 years old, but it's a real thing. And so our goal is to offer to those kids that are tempted to go leave, we create a league that gives them that little bit of competitive baseball, but they're required to play recreation baseball in order to participate in this semi-competitive league. So the nature of that is we don't want to lose these kids. We're losing them now, where I didn't have to worry about losing them until they hit. Usually it was once it was kid pitch and they're worried about getting hit by a pitch, they're either going to go play competitive baseball or they're done because they don't want to play baseball anymore.
So
And now we're losing them at 7 years old. And our
So
goal is to keep those kids around because they need to be playing rec baseball. They need to be playing with their buddies. That's at that age, we want to incentivize those kids to keep playing rec baseball.
I love it, and I appreciate that so much. So then my follow-up question that I do want your feedback on is that I think our concern, what I've heard is you've convinced me that your goals align with that goal of making this accessible and staying at rec level for the kids for our area. But if it becomes a parent-run organization, then that can evolve with different parents, right? And so you do get those more serious parents, and then maybe they say, no, this needs to be another comp league. And then it evolves into that. And then our core program in our area no longer has anybody that has the interest of all citizens as a whole to kind of try to tug it back. So I think that that's our concern, is that our goals and desires might match now, but if we remove ourselves as part of this picture, then it could evolve into losing that goal as a definition. We want it to keep it rec level.
And I completely agree with that. And I understand that. And I expressed that concern myself because I was very familiar with the Farmington program, and it was led by 5 or 6 very passionate men and their wives. It was very, very passionate what they did. They spent hours and hours of time. But they were all essentially the same age. So these boys and their parents, once they got through the program, there was no one there to take it over because they just relied on this core group of 5 or 6 couples.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be the key, is to keep continually getting new people to run it. And I'll be honest, that's a concern of mine. I'm with you, Tammy. I don't want this to all of a sudden get in the hands of someone that wants to take it somewhere else. And that's where I think, where if it can be a hybrid situation where we have the support of the city, we have maybe some oversight from the city to make sure we're on the same page and have the same goals. But the word that Ben keeps using is the nimbleness. If we can have that ability to do some other things that maybe the city will hold us back a little bit, that maybe we can run with some stuff a little bit more and just expand it and still have the support of the city and have access to the fields, because that's a big issue, is obviously having field access. Baseball fields are disappearing every year. They're being torn down and replaced with soccer fields and other things. So I just
I speak to that too. I would just point out.
Nope, just a sec, Ben. We're not going to finish this tonight. Let's take 5 more minutes on it. The rec program, and Jennifer, is pretty critical because that stuff starts up here in the next few days. So get your questions in quick. We're going to have to continue this later.
Mayor, my question is, and what I'd like to suggest, because I'm very curious to see a actual hybrid presented. So if the research could be done in the background by Matthew and Ben, and then an actual proposal could be given to us, then I think we could have a more focused, constructive conversation on it. I think that we've gotten a good feel now for where people are at. I think there's a lot of interest from this council to keep the city strongly involved. And so what are our possibilities to give you what you're looking for and fulfill the needs for the program to be able to run great and
I think that's a fair request. What do you think, Bruce and Matt?
I think that sounds great.
I think, yeah, very similar to the rec district. Part of the bylaws say that a member of each city's council sits on that board. We could have a connection very similar to that, where we have a city staff or city employee that's a member of the baseball board and helps with that partnership.
Well,
I
thought that's what we had.
Yeah, and I don't think that would be more, but I have a question. When did this committee become a committee? Because I'm a little frustrated because I was getting calls from parents. I've been to Steve, I've been to Brent, and I've said, this parent says this happened at the meeting. This parent says this happened at the meeting. And then I get a phone call back. We've talked to Bruce, there was no meeting. There is no committee. So I'd like to know when this committee was formed and how long we've had it. We're saying we need this committee to run it. Well, we took it from when it was really bad. We've got excellent leadership and we've got it to where it is today. But when was this committee ever started? And who's, where did it come from?
So I'd like to answer your question, but I want to go back to Tammy's real quick and answer hers. I think the answer you're looking for, Councilmember Fillmore, is just having strong language in the MOU to make sure the goal and the focus of any association meets the same strict guidance that you just laid out for the board, and that those goals are matched, and that we have to renew that MOU every few years to make sure that we're still in line and still providing that service. To your question, Councilmember Meekum, since I've been engaged at a high level with the association, we have pulled in 4 or 5 consistent members of our what we call a board in the last year or two, and we have met probably monthly during ramping up to the season, and only a few times during the off season. We started a fall recreation program, again trying to enhance opportunities for kids who didn't have other sports to go play in the fall. That committee was heavily engaged in developing that program. And then with the support of the city, we were able to get the budgeted items needed to be able to put the fields together. So that's only really been within the last year and a half or so that committee has really been formalized into a formal structure. And now we do have some draft bylaws that we were looking to get formalized as we kind of work through this process.
So we did get to a successful program without having that, I guess is my, I mean, we're talking about we can't do it. We would never have gotten to where we are. We've had a successful
it's just
program.
a logistics issue. The program's just grown, and as it's grown bigger, you've needed more and more help, and that's what they've did. They've pulled in. They're all moms. They're all baseball moms. The board is basically 5 moms of baseball players.
Isn't that the most dangerous combination in the world, is 5 baseball moms, or is it 6? I don't know where you reached that.
Well, Bruce can tell you, I took my hits in the meeting the other night. They don't pull any punches.
Well, Ben, I'm going to give you a hit right now. You work in government. Don't form committees outside of a government-run organization.
Naughty.
And then look for ratification. That's bad. I want to go with Tammy's suggestion, and I completely agree with the approach there. I'd like to see it as a formal proposal. I'd also like to make sure that the question I asked, like what is nimble that can't be done? I would like Lisa to participate in that process of explaining to us under what structures these things can't be done under a city program or would be more successful. My concern with any sports program, and it's all of them, is that when you start to get people who become extremely passionate and you create any kind of elitism where we are using city facilities, when you create something that the city can't pull back, and this is not meant to disparage anyone around the table, we've got good people, but if that happens, we are suddenly, as a city, giving away our facilities to a group that's created an elitism and it no longer serves its purpose, which is our residents. And so that's something I want to understand and make sure if we go down that road, that we have those, contractually they're called poison pills, right? And so if we need to be able to rein that in, the city needs to be able to do that. And that's why in the city-run program, we've got full control over that right now. We haven't needed that because the program's been very successful, and thank you both for the efforts you put in there. But I'd like to see a little bit more formalized and really put those things to a litmus test of can they not work under a city-run program.
And I'd like to see, in addition to what Councilman Fillmore and Councilman McEwen just mentioned, is if they're in running a baseball program, Lisa, this would be for you. If all these things that Ben's saying, that every time they get together with the baseball moms, do we have to have our city recorder there? Or is there some situations that, you know, you can have a meeting or you can call a rain out game, you know, and you don't have to go to council or record minutes, that type of thing. If you guys could get back to with us on something like that, that'd be great.
Mayor,
We really need to move over to Jennifer now.
Okay, just one really quick thing, because it's something that hasn't been talked about. The other thing to think about is, as a council, when they came and asked us for help with batting cages, more ball diamonds, things like that, we put in a lot of money. And as a council person, I'm not sure I would have been willing to do that if it was for an association. I felt like it was for the city. I knew all kids were included. I knew I had a say over it, and so I felt comfortable putting $35,000 into new baseball fields and batting cages and things. So I think that's another thing to look at down the road as you have other councils. If it's their program, they're a lot more apt to be helping out with different things.
Just to make you feel comfortable, those are still the city's equipment.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
we own those.
That's understood, but I agree completely with Robin. I'll just add really quickly that I think might be most effective is if we could have a compare and contrast. So if we could have Ben suggest what he thinks this memorandum of understanding approach would be, with it being a separate entity that has a relationship with the city. And then if staff could maybe write up a version that it would be a city-based program still, and then the two creators of those two different documents could maybe compare and contrast and find out if we're really saying the same thing, but just saying it's this entity or this entity, but it can run the same essentially, or if there are vital differences. And then the council can understand better what are the vital differences, and then we can make a choice based on seeing it in front of us. And it's already being analyzed.
Ben and Matt, you have yours. If you could do that, we'd appreciate it. It'd be wonderful.
Ben's all over it.
Thank you, everyone.
And thanks for all the work you guys do.
Thank you very much.
So much.
You give so much time. We appreciate it so much.
I have not said much during this discussion, but I think that there is one premise that, based on what I've heard, we're coming at a little bit from the wrong angle. And I think that an awful lot of the success is the dedication of 2, 3, or 4 people.
It's true.
Who get it going. And everything I've heard, I'm sorry, Ben, I haven't heard that much about you, but everything that I've heard is that Matt has made it work. And I think on an ongoing basis, whichever of the two we have, an awful lot is going to depend on that top 1 or 2 people, regardless of what our organization says.
Agreed, Councilman Ince. That's exactly right. Whether it's a city or association, it's those people in it, what they're putting forward. So thank you.
And we're glad you're passionate. We really are.
Thanks so much, you guys. Second item on the agenda, this is pretty critical. I was in a couple of days last week, and Lisa and Jennifer were talking. This is Jennifer Hansen, and she'll be able to address you in a moment. She is our new recreation coordinator, and Brand has talked with them, and I've talked with them, and Brand and I have talked as well too. And with the COVID going on, we're trying to do something with our recreation program. It's so important to our citizens, as just was expressed before with the baseball program, and a less expensive option, that type of thing. So Jennifer can introduce herself to you, and she can also go over, she's in your packet, there was some ideas of what she had for the year, both live and online. So Jennifer, you want to click in? And
Merrick, if I could jump in, let me say a few things to introduce Jennifer, because I don't think she will brag herself up. She'll tell you a minimal amount of her talents, but
thank you, Bruce. You do it.
You all know that we we went through a hiring process, and we are really fortunate that we had found Jennifer. She is a graduate of Utah State University with a bachelor's degree in recreation administration, and she also has minors. And Jennifer might have to correct me, but she has a minor in drone piloting, and also she's fluent in is it Chinese? I think she speaks
Mongolian.
Oh, say that again.
Mongolian.
And she also, I think, got a minor in music, and she's been a piano teacher for a number of years and a substitute teacher at junior high for a number of years, and has quite a bit of experience in teaching, and comes highly recommended by other places where she's worked and served, and I think we're really lucky to have her, and I'm excited to see what the programs are that she's going to present.
Thanks, Bruce, for the introduction. Jennifer, drum roll. Cheers.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. Yeah, obviously, I'm Jennifer Hansen. I am new here. I'm replacing Lisa Summers as the recreation coordinator, and I really appreciated the discussion that happened about providing recreation programs that are non-competitive and are in place for fun and for health. And I'm really excited to be a part of that for Centerville City, and to hope that I can help a lot in that endeavor as well. So I know we're a little bit short on time, so I'll just kind of try to get through this quickly. Each of you should have received the attachment of a quick overview of ideas that I've had. I know that with COVID and with even Lisa's retirement and everything, all recreation has been put on a pause, and there's been a lot of fear and unknown about what to do moving forward. But I know that things are starting to open up, and we've the health guidelines are saying we can start to meet in slightly larger groups. And so I think it's a good time to start thinking about moving forward with recreation. So the programs that I have picked, these are from the list of programs that have generally been offered every year in summer recreation. And these are ones that I feel like we can still maintain social distancing and following other health guidelines, but also still have some kind of offering for the community to come together and recreate. Also, the programs that I picked, I feel like we could do, I know there's been a lot of budget cuts and worrying about money because of the virus as well. And these programs, the city already has all the equipment needed for them, or they don't need equipment, with the exception of arts and crafts, which that would be the only one that we'd really have to order the crafts. But all of those expenses would be covered by the registration fees as well. So the other concern the little concern that I had with Brant when I talked to him was finding instructors for these classes. Obviously, we're a little bit in a time crunch. I was hoping to open some programs by July 6th. You can see up on the top of that sheet. I would want to run a 5-week program rather than the usual 2 sets of 3-week programs. I would want to run 1 5-week session just in the month of July, from July 6th to August 6th. And each of with decreased class sizes, maybe only having 10 to 12 students in each class rather than 12 to 15 or 20 or however many were usually in the classes. Having decreased class sizes, I think we could run each of these programs with 1 instructor, and arts and crafts and soccer and tennis could all be held in 1 park. So I could be there as the supervisor and be a second instructor to be able to supervise and watch and help with all those classes that are being run in one place. And then the last ones I was thinking of were ukulele and babysitting, which could be held in the afternoon, maybe in the classroom downstairs in City Hall, or even outside in a park or something. And those could be run in afternoon classes. And in order to like not have to worry about hiring another instructor, I could teach those classes. Bruce mentioned I have a minor in music, and I would be perfectly comfortable teaching ukulele, and babysitting class. I've been a nanny for a long time. So I feel like all of these options for offering live classes would be very doable. And also, like I said, with smaller class sizes, we would still be able to follow those health guidelines as well. And then the other ones are virtual classes, the running and race class, where people, it's like an online registration, and then they go out and do the race trails or whatever it is on their own and submit their times and screenshots of that. And then online cooking classes and fitness, those, I mean, they're pretty self-explanatory. And then these would probably be like a once a week offering rather than a multiple week offering, but again, a 1-5 week session. So that's a little overview of the programs that I think we'd still be able to do within the COVID health guidelines, but I just think it's really important that we start getting people out and recreating instead of getting cooped up in the house. I mean, especially for all those that aren't participating in competitive leagues. I mean, I have only been in the office for yesterday and today since Lisa has retired, and I didn't realize how many calls she was still getting about, is there going to be any recreation this summer? Is anything happening? And just in the last 2 days, I've gotten a lot of questions about that. So I do think there is a demand for opening up summer recreation, even just for a little bit. Any comments?
There you go. You want comments?
Yes, questions or comments.
Well,
Sorry,
Jennifer,
I'm new at this. I've never done a council meeting before.
I was going to put in a plug that the Mosquito Abatement District needs a drone pilot. They've got some really cool drones that we've got no pilot. They're currently. So
great. Well, I'm a pilot, but I don't have a drone, so that's perfect.
We have incredibly cool drones that lift 50 pounds. They're incredible. So
wow.
Yeah,
awesome.
Totally non sequitur to what we're talking about, but I didn't want to. You know, Mosquito Abatement needs a good drone pilot. You get to fly over Centerville.
Cool.
So my main concern, and this is going to be broken record by the end of the night. If you look at the statistics over the last 4 days since we have changed our statuses, all the indicators are headed in the wrong direction, as we're seeing spikes in all of our COVID cases, and our transmissions are now switching not only from family groupings to social. I just have a major concern about putting things in city sponsorship when we're still way too early in what's going on with the COVID growth in the state of Utah. But that's where I'm at.
Good. And I understand that as well. And I've been getting a lot of different input from different people, and I just know that all the cities around us as well are opening recreation, and Centerville residents are going to Farmington and they're going to Bountiful for their recreation. And so, I don't know, I mean, I understand the concern. And so I'm hoping that these classes that I've picked and maintaining the social distancing and stuff, we can still offer some programs and also stay safe and healthy. So
I'll jump in and say that with the baseball discussion, we talked a little bit about nimbleness, and our nimbleness is certainly being tested in this situation, right? So what we've talked about at the rec district level is just being sure to follow the lead of the state. And we don't want to get ahead of the state as far as how much we open things up. But I also think we don't want to try to keep stronger controls than the state level. In my opinion, that's quite presumptuous, because as a city, we don't have the staff support and the public health support and the analysis support that we do at the county and state levels. And so I just feel very comfortable, and it's an experiment for everyone, and we might go halfway through the 5 to 6 week program and then have to be nimble and change things up again, because we wouldn't want to continue something if the state ends up pulling back, right? So I mean, to give all credence and respect to your point, George, I say if these are within the restrictions of yellow, and if they're run by the county health department and get a thumbs up, which with my experience on the rec district, they absolutely would. I agree with the sentiment of providing what we can provide in this crazy summer in this difficult situation. Beyond that, I just want to say welcome. Wonderful to have you. Very exciting. And I'm glad that you would just jump right in and figure out how to propose something right off the bat in this very difficult situation. So thank you.
Well, and I don't want that to be interpreted. I don't think we should shut down everything, but you know, a outdoor tennis or soccer has a lot less risk to me than an indoor program. So that may be something we want to look at as well. And as far as, you're right, Tammy, it's a huge experiment. The problem is everything I see indicates we're not done. And so we're trying to establish some sort of normalcy, and we're going to have this discussion. I'll just put myself on repeat later. 2020 is not going to be a normal year, and it may be the year that people really don't like the way that things go down. And I just don't know how to balance the political will versus public health policy, because they are two different things and they're becoming very polarized. So I don't want to put the rec program in the middle of that, but at the same time, I don't want to kill anyone's grandma off either because somebody brings something home.
So point of clarification, Jennifer, are all of these live classes going to be held in the park? Is that understanding correct?
The first 3, arts and crafts, soccer, and tennis, would be held most likely in Smoot Park, because that's where the tennis courts are. And then the other side of the field, we could do soccer, and arts and crafts could be held in the Bowery. So they'd all be distant enough from each other, but they'd also be close enough that I could be there as a park supervisor.
Would there be any reason that ukulele and babysitting couldn't be held outside also?
They could. That's why I said they could either be held down in the classroom or outside. And
but at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I wouldn't want to be out there.
Good point. Good point. So those also could be held in the Bowery, though, where there is shade and we wouldn't be in direct sunlight, but it would still be hot. That's true. But even if we were inside, if we kept those classes to a minimum, to like maybe 10, then we could have everybody in a ukulele in a big circle. You know, they could be 6 feet apart in their own chairs. And I think we could make it work. If outside is better, then I mean, I'd be happy to be outside as well. So
I think you'd be okay in a Bowery, you know, here at Smith Park or Smoot Park or something like that. They're kids, bring lots of water. They'd be in the shade.
Yeah.
What is the babysitting?
I love your ideas. I am
Thank you.
So excited with your ideas, and minus the COVID, the fact that you're willing to get in. Not only did I have my children all go through the rec, I went through the rec. I've got my picture in the newspaper to prove that we were playing ping pong at the park for Centerville Rec opening. But so I love the recreation program here in Centerville, and I love you and I love your ideas. I can't tell you how excited I am for the things that I've heard today. Although I am very concerned about the COVID, and is it worth putting 10 children? I mean, if we could get all the kids in Centerville to get to do it, but when we're only picking 10 and we may be putting them at risk, I'm with George. I'm a little concerned about the risk, but I am, minus the COVID, you get an A+ for the night.
And Jennifer, thank you so much for putting something together. Do you have access to the records of how many people have participated in the past? Do you know?
I'm sure I do somewhere. I don't know exactly where everything is yet. I'm still learning.
So that's not something that's readily available. I was wondering what portion of the people who usually sign up for a class like that, 10 or 12 students would be. That was my.
Well, like I said, I think usually a class like soccer or tennis, that might have been closer to 15 students rather than 10. So they're not significantly smaller, but they are small enough that it would be more manageable, because 15 kids for one instructor is a little too crazy. But 10 kids with an instructor and a floater like myself, that's a lot more doable. So obviously with only 3 to 5 programs rather than 35 programs in a summer, we're going to be serving a lot less residents and participants, but serving, you know, we're probably serving close to 300, 200 to 300 kids with these programs. That's better than 0, I think.
Lisa, is there any concern that we should have about just having one instructor? I know 2 Deep leadership is a big deal at the school where my kids do homeschool and at church and things like that. Is that a concern that we need to have as a city?
Yeah, we always like two adults, so, but I don't know how the program is in the past. How many instructors, you know, I don't know what this one instructor, 72 kids, but hopefully that's more like 1 instructor to 10 kids. So. And yeah, just a heads up that those instructors need to be background checked. So add that into your time schedule.
Right. So that's why I'm kind of hoping that we can have a decision made on this as soon as possible, because if we are going to open some programs, then I need to start the hiring process. And if we're going to run arts and crafts, then I need to order crafts. And I am a little bit in a time crunch for that. So I don't know what our time frame is for making a decision on an okay go on these or not.
Well, so we're in a work session, so we can't actually make a decision. And I don't think it got put in.
You can give us direction to staff. This isn't necessarily a policy decision per se. This is an administrative decision. So you can give us direction to go forward. We will be in our level to level 4 or even level 3. That's what we'll discuss later in city council meeting as well.
For the sake of time, then I'd cut to the chase and say my recommendation would be to let Jennifer move forward in what she's decided, for the reasons I stated earlier, that it falls within our state and Davis County guidelines that we've been given. And then we'll just continue to see how things go and stay nimble as needed.
And I feel with Councilwoman Fillmore, I know that the numbers are going up. We're not idiots here. Anytime you start bringing people back outside, the numbers were going to go up. I mean, we just hope that they stay reasonable and manageable. Every week I'm on a session with the county health department and the state as well too. And if we're doing our best to monitor within those guidelines, I would say the same thing. Keeping in mind that, you know, we have to keep looking to see if things get really more severe.
Sure.
Remember how hard it is to refund, though. We hate to get halfway in and have to start refunding again.
No, that's true.
Well, but Jennifer isn't running a full program right now, so she has a little extra bandwidth. So the complications that come
with our rec programs.
But Brant, it cost us quite a bit to refund the baseball because.
Well, we would be going through a different process, so our process is much quicker and simpler and not complicated.
And doesn't have that extra fee.
I don't have an issue with that refund.
Okay.
Could we do it on the basis of if the program is terminated midstream, there will be no refunds, but you'll get credit towards it in the following year?
That's an idea.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly how all those things work yet, but Brant will help me probably.
Sure, that's something we can absolutely consider. It might change the number of participants you receive, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think there is going to be a strong demand, so I'm not too worried about that.
I mean, if anything, the demand might be more than what we can. It might end up being a first come, first served basis because it is such a limited availability that we maybe actually could say COVID is out of our control and all of them are such low cost that if you paid $35 or $40 for a 5-week program and you got 2 or 3 weeks and COVID happens, are you really going to feel bitter and have an issue with the $15 or $20 worth you didn't get? Right. I'm not too worried about that aspect of it.
Great suggestion, Councilmember Ince. I think that's absolutely a great idea.
Thank you. And on a couple of them, like the arts and crafts, they're going to have all their supplies anyway.
Do you mean they'll have all their supplies for the entire program?
I would think. I mean,
Next year.
you're going to order them ahead of time, right?
Right.
You could
So-
just send them home with instructions to do it at home.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely could do that.
I would agree with Tammy's assessment, and I would say if we're interested in getting going, then we ought to get it done and just say go.
Right.
Yep. I'm good
And
with that.
my point
Okay.
was, I liked your suggestion, Bill, but my point was, I don't know if we need to even say you get a credit in the future, but it's just, we're all taking a risk. The city's taking a risk by starting the program. Participants are taking a risk, and it's not a big, long-term expensive program. So it's not much of a risk at all.
I was talking about your prior comment about giving her the word to start.
Right, which I understood. And I was just saying, maybe we should clarify if we think it should be set up with the suggestion that if it gets cut off, that there's a credit towards the next rec program, or if it's just a statement that we can't control COVID, so there's a little bit of a risk it might get cut short.
I would prefer we give a credit.
Okay.
It's
I would too.
15, 20.
We do have a
That's
Vote to let
we do
Jennifer
have a
and
lot of
Brent
low
work that
income
out.
people on the south end. I think a credit would be a good idea.
Sounds
I
good.
do.
Well, then I think you have your direction, Jennifer.
Are we going to do all the programs indoors and out?
The live programs, you mean?
Yes, that's my question. Everyone's good with the list as it stands now.
Yeah, I
believe
think
so.
I think all 5 of them can definitely be offered outdoors.
I'd
Even-
rather see them outdoors, wouldn't.
That's fine. That's definitely doable.
Yeah, I like that idea as well too. Okay, well, Jennifer, thank you. So nice to meet you. We're excited to have you going, and we look forward to the day that we don't have to operate on strict guidelines, and we can see you reveal your whole program to us. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
I don't know that we have a need for a closed session, so I'd look for adjournment, and then everybody take a quick, like maybe 5-minute break, do what you need to, and we'll try and get started back on the city council meeting about 5 after 7.
So moved.
In case you need a break.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor of German, aye?
Aye.
All right, thanks. See you in 5.
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Brand?
Good. We have not, we recording on YouTube? We are live on YouTube right now, looks like.
I unmuted you, Mayor.
Are we live right now or?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're live, then I'll get the meeting started then. Welcome to the Centerville City Council meeting of June 2nd, 2020. We are doing this through a Zoom meeting, which is allowed by executive order from the governor. We welcome any of the public that may be attending. We want to make sure that we can handle our business by making sure we have a quorum here. So I will do a roll call. Councilwoman Ivy.
Present.
Councilman McEwen.
Present.
Councilman Ince. Ince? I think he's here. He's just, I think I see his microphone's muted.
Sorry,
There he
didn't
is.
notice. Present.
Councilwoman Fillmore
Here.
and Councilwoman Meekum.
Present.
Great, we have all 5 present. Thanks for all being here. And we look forward to a nice discussion tonight. Let's start with a prayer, thought by Councilwoman Meekum.
Okay, I'll have a prayer. Our kind Heavenly Father, we are so thankful for the opportunity we have to live in this great city with such great residents. We ask you to please bless and be with us as a council, that we will be able to work together in a way that would be pleasing unto you and to our residents. We are so thankful for our first responders that are having hard times right now, and we ask you to please protect them, comfort them, and please help our citizens to step up and support them. Heavenly Father, please bless all the communities throughout all the states that are having really tough times right now, that they will be blessed, that their residents will be blessed, and things may be handled in a more peaceful manner. Heavenly Father, we thank thee for our opportunity of serving our community and ask you to be with us as we are making very important decisions about people's lives. Say this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
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 Thank you so much. The next will be the Pledge of Allegiance. I think that usually everybody's. Okay. Lee, are you able to hide other than council participants' videos?
Oh, yes.
And then we'll bring them in. They can hear still. We'll bring them in when they're presenting. Thank you. Let's start. Leo, you'll put up a flag for me, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Definitely a unique way to do the Pledge of Allegiance, but grateful that we're still able to do it. Next will be the open session. This is for any member of the public that may be listening in that has any comments. If you're going to comment, I ask you keep your comments to 2 to 3 minutes. And so I will open that open session, and Leah will let me know if there's anybody coming in if I don't see them coming in here. Calling in through, because they're on Zoom or something. So the open session's now open. Leah, no calls, is there?
No.
Okay, great. Then we'll move on from the open session. And we will go to the business of the meeting. The first item on our business of the meeting is zoning text amendment, residential buffering requirements. And this is to discuss a directive for Planning Commission and staff to establish residential buffering policy requirements. Brant, you, Lisa, who do we have addressing this? I'm not sure on this one.
Corey Snyder is on the screen for you.
Corey's there. Oh, perfect. That's even better. Corey, you want to give us a little introduction here?
Sure. Mayor, members of the council, at your work session, previous meeting, you considered or discussed some ideas about residential buffering in relation to some comments and hearings that you have seen. You directed staff to come back at an official meeting and have a discussion with you. A couple of things to keep in mind. The council can initiate a text amendment to the zoning ordinance. It's of course your legislative prerogative. It would take 3 of you to move that direction to request the staff and planning commission to look at amending. If you head that direction, we're just looking for some general guidance of what you're thinking, rather than very, very technical specifics. Just give us the directions that you're thinking, and then we go back through the process in the public hearing and do the analysis and hold the public hearings on amending our zoning code and then bring a recommendation to you. One of the things you did mention in your work session was staff to give you some examples. So I sent Leah a PDF file from PowerPoint to just kind of describe a couple of existing buffers that we may have questions about, and maybe some preliminary ideas of guidance. But this is really your request, so I'm going to defer back to you for any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Corey. So you've all received in your packet the regulatory buffering material information. So between that and what Corey just said, discussion's open.
So I'll start out. Is it true that in the general plan, it actually says there should be 100-foot buffer between residential low and residential high?
You have different types of buffers in the general plan. The specific buffering you're talking about is a zoning district buffer, not a landscape or a setback buffer. So the general plan in the Northwest neighborhood expects to look at different zoning districts. And as you apply the zoning districts, the expectation is that you would transition through using different zoning districts from something as a low to something very, very high. So the 100-foot is a question that did come up into the Planning Commission. The 100-foot would be a buffer of a zoning district. So you would have to establish different types of zoning districts. So an example is you would go from residential low to residential medium of 100 feet before you go to residential high of 100 feet, and et cetera. In the subject matter being debated, the decision of the zoning district was already made and is in place. I can't explain exactly how that decision was made. My gut feeling in 2003 is that you had an existing single family zone and you had an existing manufactured park. And even though there was a call for a buffer of different zoning districts, there wasn't a sufficient room to establish a new district. You'd have to either take a portion of the single family and rezone it, or a portion of the manufactured park and rezone it. And because they were already developed, it looks like they just accepted the boundary as is, rather than trying to do a district buffer. That makes sense?
Yes. Well, and I appreciate the developer. I mean, he has came in with, or they have came in with the twin homes next to the regular homes, which, you know, the 20 feet, I'd like to see it a little more than that, but I do think that they have really tried. And so I don't think it would be the worst thing that could happen. But I'm really concerned about the next person that comes in. He could have put a huge apartment building right there. And so that's what I'm looking at is we do have single family homes. We do need to have a buffer, realizing that between single family homes and a residential high, I think we do need to come up with something that we feel like would be fair, no matter whether they put twin homes or whether they put a 16 apartment building.
Yeah, just by geographic extent, your residential high zones are located close to Parish Lane predominantly, and they do reflect existing development. And so you probably more than likely are looking at a buffer as redevelopment takes place, if there's any takedown of the other types of housing. But I think that's probably why you didn't see the residential buffering to be established to begin with, because they looked at the existing pattern and felt like it was in place, so there was no value in establishing a new distance. Now that you're seeing some redevelopment, you know, the question becomes, as redevelopment occurs over the next 20 years, do you want a residential buffer too?
I do.
I do. Lisa, if we go ahead.
I was just going to say higher density tends to be bigger maybe in the height or the volume of people, the number of people, the number of cars. I definitely want a buffer between high and low.
So Lisa, if we do something like that, and let's just say for argument that the 100 feet survives the conversation, and there isn't room to do it, that eliminates adjacent developments. Is that a correct assumption?
Well, again, I think what Corey's saying is the 100 feet is an advisory policy in your general plan for determining zoning. So your residential medium zone has to be at least 100 feet wide. But it's not a project level requirement. Does that make sense?
What I'm saying is if we were to put that in as a buffering requirement, and there isn't enough to do that, then the two could not be placed next to each other, correct?
Well, I think you'd have to be reasonable with your buffering requirement. I don't think staff is recommending a 100-foot buffer. Most of our other zones, you know, I mean, it is residential up to residential. So I think we'd probably be recommending something more like the building setback of, you know, 15 to 20 feet. Because even in our commercial abutting residential, it's not that wide of a buffer.
But residential to residential is 20 feet. So for us to go another 10 feet wouldn't be excessive. I think maybe we want to look and see our buffer between residential low and residential medium and residential low and residential high, or residential medium and residential high. I think all of those need to be looked at. And like I said, my guidance would be, it definitely should be more than a single family home, which is 20 feet.
Yeah, and so, I mean, if you're going to change your buffering, just like we did with setbacks and things like that, you probably want to look comprehensively at all of your buffer between commercial and residential and between different residential zones. Yeah, and make sure that those make sense from each type of use.
I think it's a reasonable ask and a project for the Planning Commission because not only because we want to respect existing uses and possible new uses that come in next to them, but also because this probably hasn't been looked at since a lot of years. When Centerville has changed a lot, the entire Wasatch Front has changed a lot, and there's going to be an interesting balance between respecting existing expectations with the new reality, which none of us can get away from, and that is land. There's a shortage of land, and land uses are just going to continue towards being used more intensely than they have been in the past. And so if we're increasing buffering sizes, which in some cases might be appropriate because maybe they were too small, right? I mean, if a single family to a single family is 20 and a low to high is 15, that was problematic. So let's find those. But we might find in evaluating it ordinance wide that some things are too excessive for the new realities of a lack of land, and that land is going to be used more intensely.
That's almost why I'd like to see it considered as part of our South Main Street effort and everything that's going on there, so that it has some context to projects that the Planning Commission is already looking at, rather than taking it in isolation. And I don't know, maybe they are mutually exclusive work product. Well, they are different work product, but I don't know that I necessarily want to see that before the other. To me, they have about equal priority.
That was my next question. Is I think it's a really legitimate project for the Planning Commission to take on, but where does it fall in the priority list, right?
I've got the enhanced Zoom. I could hear what you were thinking.
Yeah.
More expensive service.
Yeah.
Yeah, we certainly can weigh in and show you what the commercial buffer requirements are. I mean, we'll re-review those so that everybody understands what the commercial to residential buffer is. And then the discussion could center around, well, if it's residential to commercial, we may keep it the same or alter it if need be. We can also look at residential to residential and see how they compare. And then my question would be too, the Planning Commission's got 4 goals and we're on hiatus from their first one, which was to finish the Main Street plan. So how imperative is this, so that I can at least gauge where this gets inserted into the work program?
That's why I was hoping for like a little asterisk, finish the Main Street plan and consider this as part of that.
That gives me, it's a option A with, or option 1 with the A, B outcome.
I think it's that important because it could significantly affect things coming down the road.
Corey, what'd you say their other priorities were, or didn't you?
I didn't. They have the South Main Street, if I recall. They have the West Side residential that they're concerned about. It's on their agendas, and why do I not remember it each time?
But the West Side is the one I was going to bring up as an example, because exactly to your point, Bill, that all of these adjustments are so important to do as early as possible, because then an application comes in and it's too late, right? Correct. And we have that example on the West Side where we thoroughly discussed a possible comprehensive Southwest Side plan that could have really moved the Southwest Side in a positive direction towards uses that might really benefit Centerville. We didn't move on it. It's been sitting there, and we got brand new storage units, right? Which maybe isn't the top desired use for that space there. So I agree, it's a priority, and yet all the things sitting on their table are ready to be done are also a priority. It's just tough stuff.
So I think, Corey, that sense I'm getting is they want it to be a priority along with the Main Street plan.
Yeah, we certainly can punch it in during that time frame. You may see the landscape buffer arrive prior to the Main Street recommendation, simply because of, I think the buffering is a lot easier task to do in a meeting or two versus the Main Street, I think, is still going to take a little bit of time.
And that makes sense, but if that helps drive the Main Street conversation because the other has already framed it, that's fine by me. Same result, without preempting their schedule completely.
Any further questions or discussion on that one?
I kind of hear the directive just from my repeat that you are looking at buffering for between all types of residential, not just a single buffer, single overall one-time buffer.
That's correct, the way I understand it.
Okay.
Yep. Anybody, council, any different?
You want a motion in a second, see how the vote really turns out?
Sure, we
I
don't
think
do
it
a roll
sounds
call.
fine.
What?
I don't know that it necessarily needs a motion. It's pretty broad what we're asking for. So
I think it sounds fine, and I trust the planning commission's judgment and the planning commission and staff supports judgment to fit it in the
As long
right
as Lisa-
priority.
As long as Lisa's comfortable that that officially initiates a change.
Yeah, well, I think the council can direct staff either by direction or by motion. If you give a motion, then at least we know, yeah, do you want all buffers, commercial and residential? Because that was discussed as well. Or do you just want the residential?
I'll call for somebody to make a motion. I think everybody would be more comfortable with that.
So moved.
Robin, you were extremely passionate about this issue. You want to frame it up?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just say that we direct staff to look at the buffers between our residential and our commercial different zones.
Second.
You have a second to that?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, got it.
Unanimous. Thank you so much, Corey. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
All right, you as well.
We always do.
Second item on the agenda, this is the first amended and restated interlocal agreement of the Utah Risk Management Agency. I think Brant's brought in a guest as well too. So Brant, do you want to talk about it?
Great, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've invited Dave Peterson. Dave Peterson is the new executive director for IRMA. I believe he's, Lee, if you can unhide his video, or Dave, if you want to unhide your video, you can join us now. Dave, I believe, has been the executive director for about a year. Has it been a year, Dave?
A year.
Yeah, and he's been great. He's been looking over bylaws, agreements, things like that, and really straightening up IRMA, making it a far more efficient organization than it was, cleaning it up. And so what we have before you is the first amended agreement. And currently the bylaws require that each entity as part of IRMA to approve any changes. And that's why it has been brought to you before. We've been operating under bylaws, essentially, that were giving us guidance, but the agreement wasn't consistent with the bylaws that we've been operating. And Dave can go into a little bit more detail on that, but Dave's doing a great job. Love working with Dave. He comes from BYU. His previous organization was BYU, so you can imagine what kind of risk he dealt with there. I think we're small pickings compared to what he had to deal with there, but we're lucky to have him. Anyway, I'll hand it off to you, Dave, if you want to introduce the agreement and talk about the specifics.
Thank you, Brant. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll be brief, but the original interlocal for what we know as IRMA was created in 1985 by a group of cities who wanted to do as much as they could to reduce their risk. And that was their priority. Additionally, they created a self-insured liability fund and bought some excess insurance for cities. But the focus has always been on reducing risk to the city and to the community. And so we're a full service risk management agency. And in my year with IRMA, I was asked to review all our governing documents and discovered that we have been going by IRMA, the Utah Risk Management Mutual Association, for a long time. Unfortunately, that's not what our governing documents say. They actually say we're the Utah Municipal Risk Management Association. And since 1985, the Interlocal Cooperation Act has changed several times, and we can't be an association. we have to be a district or an agency or an authority like other local government entities are, because associations are now reserved for homeowners groups and school districts. So by statute. So we discovered that we needed to amend our name, update the statutes within our interlocal agreement. And then we have been operating, the board has operated with some changes over the years. Just this last year, they wanted to increase the executive committee to be 10 members instead of 9 and added a member. However, our interlocal limited our executive committee to 9 members. So we have amended the language in that. We've also amended the language in the interlocal agreement to meet the state's bonding requirements with regard to officers and employees who handle funds on behalf of the agency. The appointment of the treasurer and secretary, there was some conflicting language, and we know by statute those have to be 2 separate individuals. So we amended that language. And then additionally, we added some language at the recommendation of the city attorneys from each of the cities that rather than bring back any change to the interlocal agreement to every city council, if there's a punctuation or a spelling change or something, that upon unanimous agreement of the board, minor changes to the interlocal could be made. And then there were some structural changes and some page numbering. But that's essentially it. We still provide the same service to all our member cities. And we are grateful to have Centerville as one of our members because they're committed to reducing risk in the Centerville community. So any questions about the changes or about IRMA that I might be able to offer?
I appreciate, oh, go ahead.
I had a couple. Why would you go from 9 to 10? 11 would be okay, but 10 creates a potential problem.
It does theoretically from a voting perspective. However, the way the interlocal is set up, it's weighted votes, meaning that you have weight in your vote. So there would never ever be an actual 5-5 split because votes are weighted based on the population and the size of your agency or your community.
Has it always been that way, or is that new?
No, that's been that way since 1985 when it was set up. As you may or may not be aware, but we have Enterprise, who has a population of about, I could get this wrong, but about 1,700. And then we also have West Valley, who has 222,000 population. And there was a decision when they created the organization and did the actuarial projections so that everyone is treated independently to weight the votes. So nothing has changed with regard to vote weighting in meetings.
So how many cities are, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I would add that when you have a larger board like that, a tied vote just means whatever motion is being voted on doesn't pass, which is a little more fair when it's a 4-4 or a 5-5 versus a 2-2, in my opinion. We deal with that on the rec board all the time.
Seems like a recipe for problems. Now, with the weighting, it's not, I understand. So was the 9 from an original membership, and we have, how many cities do we have now? I thought you said 11.
We have 15 cities now, but yes, it was originally dated back to the original membership. There were founding cities, and everybody wanted to be on the executive committee. But now everybody is on the board. There are 15 cities members on the board. However, there are only 10 that are on the executive committee, and they want to limit that number so it didn't get too unwieldy.
And how is that committee determined? So is our mayor on that committee?
The members on the committee are actually your city managers. And so all of the city managers in the respective cities sit on the board of directors. And then there are representatives from each of the type of city, meaning And that type is type 1, 2, or 3. And that's based on the population in your individual city. So that means you couldn't have all type 1 cities who have a population of less than 5,000 are the executive committee. There's only so many members that could be.
Okay.
There's a distribution within the interlocal agreement, but that hasn't changed in this restated and amended local agreement.
Is it a change where the board is getting to choose their board members? That's kind of concerning to me.
Is it a change? I'm not sure I understand. Can you help me understand what you're?
Where I was reading, it said that the board would be selecting their own board members.
I think it was the board would be selecting the executive committee members. Is that the one you're talking about, Robin?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
That's a bit of a change.
Is that changing?
No, that remains the same. The board identifies who serves on the executive committee.
Always has done. Okay.
And always has. There just needs to be representatives from each size group of city so that it's not all the large cities that are on the executive committee. And then the functions and duties of the executive committee are also delineated and directed by the board.
You may notice from some of our questions that we're a little extra sensitive to interlocal agreements with one representative from each city and weighted votes. We've had struggles with things like that before. So even though it's been working well and we love Irma and what that you provide, the reading through the contract kind of went, wow, this is reminiscent of something else. So I'm glad there was a how to get out clause.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
And I appreciate you being here and answering the questions for us tonight very much.
Well, what's our new abbreviation?
I'm sorry?
What is our new nickname abbreviation?
Well, ironically, they wanted to remain with the same brand. So we are still Irma, but you can put a big red X through one of the M's.
Well, I was going to ask how it was going to be pronounced with the change, but I guess we'll just stick with Irma for now.
Yeah, we still go with Irma. We're just now the Utah Risk Management Agency rather than the Utah Municipal Risk Management Association, which is what we were when the group was founded in 1985. I have to say, and Brant included, and I'm not, but we have an amazing group of city managers on that board. And historically, and I've been through meeting minutes dating back to the 90s, trying to get this interlocal done. And they function very well as a board. They're very efficient and very supportive of one another. And they maintain the focus of reducing risk in our cities.
So I was a little distracted when I was reading the contract. Could you help me understand what the change is about the audit? Where on page 7, where K has been omitted, where it used to say the board of directors shall provide for a certified audit. What's the audit process now?
It was simply a duplicate provision in the interlocal where it said the board of directors may do it. And then there was also one that said there will be an annual audit. So one of those was eliminated. We have an annual audit that is presented to the board every year. And that's done at the end of the fiscal year. And it's usually in their it's in their second meeting following the fiscal year, because their first board meeting is in August and the auditors haven't completed their annual audit yet.
So who determined?
I got the same thing, and it's the end of Article 17 where the audit is spelled out. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. It was a duplicate provision.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're so welcome.
Any further?
I, for one, like the change in the name because I always had a hard time remembering what that other M was. So I'm glad. Well,
thank you. Ironically, that Irma was not Utah Utah Risk Management Mutual Association really wasn't legally our name. Not that I should have said that maybe at a public meeting, but nonetheless, that's the way the documents are.
We took a risk. It paid off.
So it is, as soon as each of the cities ratifies the changes, we will have it correct.
Awesome.
Well, I would motion that we adopt resolution 2020-13 as presented with the exhibits.
We have a motion, motion from Councilman McEwen, Leah, and second from Councilwoman Ivy. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilman Ince.
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
Great, that motion passes 5-0. Dave, how long have you say you were with Irma?
I have been there just about 14 months now. I was previously the managing director of risk management for the Brigham Young University system for about 10 years. And then prior to that, I did risk management and public safety in Clark County, Nevada.
Awesome, wonderful.
So,
well, welcome. Brandon gave us a little background, but thank you for giving us a bit more. So appreciate your time tonight. Thanks for being with us.
thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you online.
Yes.
Have a
Yes.
wonderful evening.
Do it again in person sometime when you can give us an annual report or something of that nature.
I would love to.
All right,
Thank
great.
you.
All right. Let's move to item number 3. This is going to be a public hearing. This is to the amendment to the fiscal year end 2020 budget. Jake, do you want to give us a little background on that before I do a public hearing?
Yeah, sure thing. If you guys want to open up your Exhibit A, I'm going to go over that. I'll just kind of start from the top and work my way down and explain what these amendments are.
Jacob, can you put that, Jacob, I'm reading your name wrong.
You want me to put it in my mouth?
No, I want you to put it up on the screen, because if we're going to talk about something, the public can't follow along unless you're signposting it really well in the document.
Okay.
We do that?
Leah, could you put that up there?
Thank you, Councilman.
It makes for better YouTube viewing if we have it. So
right. Leah, do you have that?
You need to put Jake, because I instantly read Jacob, and then that's wrong.
I have it if Leah doesn't have it.
Oh, do you have it? Okay.
I have it.
Okay.
I don't have it.
Does this mean that Leah has to actually pay attention? Okay.
Somebody had it. There it is.
All right. Okay, starting at the top here. We had the administrative overhead telecom. To remind you what this fund is, this is where we collect the Utopia payments for the connection to the house. This is a pass-through fund, but we keep a 5% administrative fee. So that's what it is here. We're changing it from 10 to 15 because we're actually collecting more than we anticipated for this next year. The next one is the transfer from the RDA, the homeless fund. Our Bernard Creek CDA, we're required to, of 10% of the increment that we collect is supposed to be used for affordable housing causes. And one of those is to fund homeless shelters. And we pay out of our sales tax, this amount comes right off the top from the tax commission. And so I'm adjusting it to the actual amount, which is $32,436. So we make sure we collect all of it from the RDA, transferred into the general fund for that purpose. The next one, you remember this one. This is the $170,000 grant, the Clean Air grant from the Volkswagen issue that, a couple of years ago. We didn't get the funding for that, so we're removing that from the budget, reducing that to zero. So the net effect on our revenue is reducing our revenues, general fund revenues, by $164,164. Now we have to have a balance, but yeah.
The 32,436.
Yes.
Does that cover the entire assessment to the state?
That's the entire assessment. So that is what we are paying for the homeless shelters. It's 32,436. Yeah. So as you know, we have to have a balanced budget. So I have to go on the other side and make modifications to our expenditures so we are balanced. And this is what I propose to make the modification. I'll skip the special contingency. I'll come back to that. But we do have COVID-19 related expenses. We created this account, the 4150-326 under the Emergency Management Fund. We haven't quite gotten to the point where we can be reimbursed. I think we will get there, but when we do receive reimbursement, it's going to be in FY21. So I'm proposing we put about $4,000 into this line item here. The next one, streets, the capital equipment, that's a reduction of 170,000. I'm just taking that out of the streets. That was supposed to be used to purchase that vehicle with the Clean Air Grant. So there's a $170,000 reduction. Now, the next one on the transfers, our Utopia, this is the good news. We received more of the increment in our RDA that we use out of the Parish Gateway to transfer into the Utopia CIP to help pay for our annual assessment. And so the other half, of course, is the general fund amount. And because the RDA amount increased, we can decrease the general fund half. So we're reducing it from that 313 to the 255. Now, this next one is the transfer to the recreation fund. Again, this is a COVID-19 related thing. You are all aware, I'm sure, that we've had significant reductions in revenue in our recreation because we haven't had any programs this summer. So we haven't received any of the fees. In the baseball program, they purchased some uniforms, both for baseball and softball, that they were not able to return. And this is about that difference because they didn't receive any revenue, any baseball revenue. We got to pay for those somehow. There's a very low fund balance in the recreation fund. There's only about $7,000, which was not enough to cover it. And so to keep the recreation fund out of the hole, we need to increase the transfer from the general fund to the recreation fund. Now that's part one. Part two of that is in FY21. You'll see later in the next presentation when we talk about the final budget that transfer to the recreation fund is actually reduced. Instead of 41,000, it's at 23,000. And to offset that on the expenditure side, we've reduced that line where the uniforms are. So it's a wash. We just got to pay for it this year, and next year we'll get the money. Well, we won't have to send as much money to the recreation fund. Now, going back up to the special contingency, that's kind of our plug. That's where I put the plug to balance the budget. So it'll increase from the 9 to the 30,013 in order to have the balanced budget. So that's the general fund. Now, if we go on to the next fund, Leah, if you want to scroll down to the transportation fund. Now, this is the similar situation with the water fund. What happened here is we approved some projects and received the revenue or had appropriated the revenue in 2019. The project wasn't completed till later that summer in FY20. And of course, the funds in 2019 went into the fund balance. So what we're doing here is reappropriating that money that was appropriated last year that went into the fund balance into this year to pay for the projects that were completed at the end of the summer last year. You guys got all that last year, this year, summers. Anyway, it's difficult when you have the fiscal year going right through the middle of your projects. Also, and that's the same thing with the water fund. We received some revenue. It was actually from a developer. We received developer payment in 2019, FY 2019, and the project was completed in 20. And so you'll see that later on. For the transportation fund, we also received the CDBG grant, if you remember that, for the ramps, ADA ramps. That's 100,000, and then we received a contribution of 40,000. So down below, to balance it, that increase of 1.14 million, I put that 100,000 into the sidewalk repair active transportation line, and then the rest of it went into the capital projects to balance that. Okay, Lee, if you want to go down to the next one. Okay, Utopia CIP. So I already talked about this one. This is our annual assessment. To pay for it, we have the two things. We have the transfer from the general fund, as well as the transfer from the RDA increment from the Parish Gateway. And we received more, you can see that in the green, for the tax increment. So we decreased the transfer from the general fund. So, I mean, the difference is zero. There's no difference there. It's just one increases, one decreases. Okay, water fund, talked about that. It's reappropriating the money that was received in 2019 for the project that was completed in 20 of that 400,000, and it's just added that into the capital projects, 400,000. Telecom fund. This is our Utopia pass-through fund. So we're anticipating receiving a 264,750 instead of the 200,000. We actually had quite a bit more this year than we had anticipated. So we need to increase that because it's a pass-through, because down below you see the contract services UIA. That's what we pay to the UIA. Well, I shouldn't say we pay, we send it on. And of course we can't exceed the appropriated expenditure. So we have to increase this amount. So we're anticipating 250,000 and administrative services at 5%. And so that would be 15,000. Now you may say, okay, that's not 5%. The other thing that's in this fund are payoffs, and there's no administrative 5% if there's a payoff. So that's some of that funds that are in there as well. So that's the telecom fund. If you go to the next page, this is the recreation fund, and it's been murdered. I mean, it looks terrible. I mean, you can see there the summer recreation fees are next to nothing. Most of that is from last year, from last summer. Some late fees or late programs. Bruce has told me he's anticipating that they may have some kind of program, baseball program here late, maybe not. So there was some money put in there. What you need to notice is the blue. That's the 73,000. That's the transfer from the general fund. And down below, and then there's the use of fund balance of that 7,000. You see that. And so I had to go through with Bruce and Lisa Summers and go through it and figure out the expenses down below to get it to balance. And so that's why you see all these reductions left and right, all in the yellow, in order to get, I mean, that's pretty close to what it's going to be by the end of the year. So yeah, if you keep scrolling down, Leah, you'll see there at the end there. I think there's one more. Is there one more page? Yeah. So, I mean, we have basically cutting it in half. So that's it for general fund. If you want to look at the next page, it's the RDA page. It's just for your reference. If you scroll down, you'll see the, I think it's green. Did I make it green? Yeah, you see that the transfer amount matches. And we'll talk about that one when we go into our RDA meeting. So those are all the proposed budget amendments. Any questions?
If no questions for Jake, this is a public hearing matter. I need some clarification though.
Sure.
On the agenda, it says 2 public hearing amendments to the fiscal year 2020 budget, and amendment to fiscal year 2020 budget, and resolution 2020-14. Do I have to do 2 public hearings here, Lisa?
No, it's just a public hearing on the amendments, which will be adopted by the resolution 2020-14.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just, it was listed twice. So if there's no further questions right now for Jacob, like I said, this is a public hearing matter. And so I now will open it up to a public hearing. I'm going to delay a little bit to make sure if anybody is weighing in that I receive all calls from Leah if they're not on the Zoom, if they're calling in on a phone or something off of YouTube. So Leah, do we have a way for them to call in on this public hearing if someone wants to?
Just through Zoom. That's the only information we put out.
Okay, so it'll be coming in through Zoom. So I guess that'll make it a bit quicker. But the public hearing is now open for the amendments to the fiscal year 2020 budget. Any of the public can now comment. Seeing no responses from the public, I will close the public hearing and entertain if there's any from any council members, anything else for Jacob. If not, I would look for a motion to this amendment.
I'll move that we approve resolution 2020-14.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Motion by Councilwoman Fillmore, a second by Councilman Ince. Let's do a roll call vote, starting with Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilman Ince, sorry. That motion passes 5-0. You know, it's great having your names all right in front of me as I do these roll call votes, so.
Yeah, but we can't tell us how we're lined up on your screen because you are making it random, so.
So that motion passes 5-0. With, thank you, Jake. We'll next move to the next matter, item number 4. This is the public hearing on final budget fiscal year 2021. Jake, do you want to do any discussion on that? It looks like you have some items here that that maybe have changed since we last discussed. Is that correct?
No, not really. There hasn't been many changes. Just refining the numbers as we get some of the contracts and numbers that come in. I mean, some of the changes would be the fire service. I think that's a little bit, correct me if I'm wrong, Brant, from last time, I think it's a little more than we anticipated. That's really, there isn't many others. We will find out, just so you know, we'll know what our property tax is going to be on June 8th. So I would not recommend passing anything tonight.
Do we have a final numbers in on health insurance?
Yes, we do have the final numbers. So that's all in there. And that was included in the last one as well. Nothing changed on that.
Right. I just wanted to make sure with health insurance how it is. They didn't come back with anything else that surprised us.
Yeah.
Historically, there has been a meeting that we could attend on the tax rate.
Yes, and they're not
What's
doing
happening
that
with that?
Obviously, they're not doing that this year. I have an email that I can send to all of you. All they're providing is a PDF presentation document. So I can send that to you. What it is it's a kind of a calendar and the process of how they determine the property tax rate. Would you guys like me all? Would you like me all to send that to you?
I would like to see it.
I'll do that.
That would be good.
Okay.
Jake, would you like to mention the sales tax information we received?
Oh yeah, so I have some good news about sales tax. So you know, last time we met, they had given us an estimated number, and it turns out that estimated number was low compared to what we actually received. We actually received a 5% increase over last year's sales tax for the month of March. So instead of being in the negatives, we actually went to the positives, 5%. So we don't have a whole lot more to go to hit our budget number for sales tax for this year. So the amount, so you know, is almost $400,000 is what we received in sales tax. And when you look at the details, every single one of our businesses, well, our top 10, I should say, did better than they did the year prior.
Well, people stayed home in March and went shopping. Let's see if they still have jobs to pay property tax, right?
Yeah.
They will, I'm confident.
We had an online retailer that nearly doubled from what they did last year. I can't mention who it is. But.
Yeah. We
Does
probably
everything come in small cardboard boxes or large, depending on what you buy?
The very sharp boxes, yeah.
Yes.
That was me. That was me.
Nice, you, Robin.
So our portion of the online sales tax doubled. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for this one retailer.
So you're talking about a retailer that's homed within Centerville boundaries?
No.
Oh.
Okay. So just our portion then.
Yeah, our portion.
Fortunately, one that's adhering to paying sales tax on internet sales. That's
right.
Wish they were located.
Well, that's good news, Jake. We like that news. So that's great.
Do you have any kind of a feel, Jake? How much of that is just because the beginning of March was better than anybody thought versus the end of March didn't go as bad as what we thought, and therefore might carry into April and May?
Yeah, unfortunately, the only information I get is for the month as a total, not, you know, where the volume was.
I think it was all toilet paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, it was the rush on stocking up on things, and so we might really feel the pain.
Again, the
in
great
April.
thing is we have a high performing Walmart here in Centerville, probably one of the highest performing Walmarts in the state. And so we generate, even though people are showing up for food and we don't get taxed on that, we do get taxed on the other items. And so the incidentals. And so we receive a lot of sales tax from that. So Walmart and Target, I'm not saying exactly that they generated more according to the sales tax report, but I am saying that that does help. So April we'll see what happens, because again, we had reduced hours, less people going out. But again, we hope that the April numbers will be the bottom of the barrel. Everything's going up from there. So just anticipate when we come back to you for an amendment on next year's fiscal year budget, that the first priority is first to address the fund balance that we're dipping into to balance next year's budget, which I believe is $320,000. Jacob, is that right?
300 and I want to say 380.
So what we're going to do first is Jacob's going to create a 5-year kind of trend base to see what we should have expected without COVID. And we'll use our numbers and then compare that to what we've actually budgeted. And if there's an increase, then we'll start monitoring our budget next fiscal year to see if we can climb out of this hole, and then what other equipment that we can introduce back into the budget next year.
Right.
So it's going to be a moving target all year. So be patient with us, please.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been looking at the Bureau, economic statistics that's out there, in their website shows April is, cratered out in various sectors, down 18% on consumer spend. So hopefully it's the bottom, but we'll see.
Okay, any further questions for Jake before I open this to a public hearing? If not, then we'll open. Go ahead.
Would you rather have questions now or by email?
I wouldn't mind having the questions now.
They're fairly detailed.
Are they? Okay. Well, if it's for the public, for everybody here, yeah, we can talk about them now.
Yep.
On page 1 in the summary, as I'm looking down the list, the perpetual care fund, the number doesn't make sense from this year to last year. Everything else is going down and it's doubling.
Yeah, so let me explain that. What we're doing there is we have a fund balance in the perpetual care fund, and Bruce made a request for a cemetery utility vehicle. And so we're appropriating some of that fund balance to pay for the utility vehicle for the cemetery. So that's where you see that bump. You see it on both sides, the expenditure and the revenue. And that's the sole reason for that.
And a vehicle qualifies for the perpetual care fund?
Yes, because it's specifically for the cemetery. It's one of those narrow utility trucks that goes in between the graves. It won't be used anywhere else.
Okay. What is the trust? We had trust funds broken out last year and we don't this year.
Yeah, because we do not have any trust funds this year, because remember, we're moving the Whitaker Trust. That's what that referred to as Whitaker Home Trust. So that got moved into the general fund. So we have the 2 funds where that is
now. You know what? It's going to take me a while to get to some of the others. I'll go ahead and email about them.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I will open this to a public hearing then. This is a public hearing now on the budget for fiscal year 2021. The public hearing is now open. Anyone that wants to comment? Seeing no comment or hearing no comment, I will close the public hearing. And if there's any further questions from any of us, do so now before we take a motion.
Now, I would recommend that we we table this until we know the property tax rate and those numbers are accurate. The judge's salary is kind of tied to that as well as you know, the property tax itself, the resolution for the property tax.
I was planning to motion that we table all of these. I also would suggest that even though it's not necessarily a good forum for us to hold another public hearing, I'd still like to have that opportunity before we do the adoption.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. So I'm going to motion that we table the resolutions that are listed, resolution 2015, 16, and 17 until the next regular scheduled council meeting.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilman Ince.
Aye.
Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum. You're muted.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes 5-0. I especially like that Councilman McEwen, the potential additional public hearing in the weird year that we have here and getting in that property tax money and all that type of thing. I think that's a good suggestion personally. So thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to COVID-19 discussion. Generally, Brad and I have both kind of tackled that, and the chief has been involved some too. It looks like he's on with us. Brent's has been given to you the stats that we receive weekly on our Monday meeting from the county health department. So the last 3 or 4 weeks when we realized we could give those out. So you should have those. Maybe I'll let him discuss further things that's happened because of COVID-19 with what we've done with the city and that type of thing. Could you do that, Brent?
Sure can, Mayor. Thank you. Just briefly, I sent you the numbers with just brief analysis, but just go over those one more time. In week 12, we had 44 cases. We did see an increase of 20.5% to last week to 53 cases. So 9 new cases. So we are seeing that trend. That's our 3rd highest since this started.
That's the county as a whole.
That's the county as a whole, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. With that, just going down to our city statistics, I think that I'm glad the county's doing this. They're now discussing more of our active cases that we have going on. But we can see some hot spots that are going on. I'm not going to discuss those here in a public forum, but in Centerville, we did see an increase of 3. So we have 36, just short of a 30% increase, 33% increase. But our active cases in Centerville right now are 8. So we are seeing an increase around us. There's an increase in Centerville, of course, but there are some other communities that are seeing a much larger increase. But we're definitely feeling the effects of reopening the economy. And just from my personal opinion is we're seeing a lot of people, I'm not going to say you have to wear a mask, but I feel like some of those that should be wearing masks aren't wearing masks and exposing themselves unnecessarily. I don't necessarily need to wear a mask, but I wear a mask anyway out of respect of others. And so we're encouraging mask wearing here at City Hall. So some of the things we're doing here at City Hall is we have opened up. We're 8 to 5, and the only thing that's not open at this point is court. Court does not anticipate seeing any cases until September, maybe August, but September is what they're planning. So we do have Tammy back in the office, and Carmen has the part-time has been working from the office the entire time. But we're still encouraging if people can't work from home, they are. We're particularly having people work from home if they've done any traveling or any other reasons for that we just ask for cooperation there. I'm not sure, what we can and can't do as far as requiring people to work from home, as far as, if they've been or family members been exposed, but we're taking proper precautions. Employees have been great to work with, distancing themselves if they if they feel like they have some risk. Let's see, what else are we doing here at City Hall? So what you'll see here at City Hall is we have the doorway leading to administration. We have put up a piece of plexiglass there and a table in between. So we're not allowing anybody into the administration lobby. We'll just keep them out in the main lobby and kind of keep them in that little main lobby area. Police department is opened up. Their hours are 8 to 2. They have part-time staff. We still have a couple of employees, one particular employee that's working from home due to health risks, so we're concerned there. And but she's continuing to remain actively working from home. Let's see, what else am I missing, Chief? And you could turn on your camera now, Chief, if you want, or if you can.
While Chief's coming on, our active cases were down 1 from 9 to 8.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, Mayor.
We're hoping we can get those down lower.
And then Public Works, I guess, right? Sorry, Chief. Public Works, we have created that window. If you get a chance to go check out Public Works, go check it out. There's a little window in there, a little atrium area, so you don't go back where Suzanne is. Keep Suzanne and the rest of the staff safe. More importantly, security has been increased due to just adding a window. We did that in-house, very little cost to do something like that. So anyway, what else, Chief, am I missing?
Yeah, I went down to Public Works and looked at the window down there. I thought they did an excellent job on that. It looks very professional. And like I say, I think that's going to increase on security as well. So I think that was a big plus. I think you hit on pretty much everything. We're still really emphasizing that 6-foot distancing. And then like with us, we're taking the temperature of all the employees every day. It's a on your honor system, but they are taking their temperature every day and monitoring things. We did have a little scare with one of our officers. He wasn't feeling well, but he got tested and he's negative. So we're just kind of in a status quo now as far as the PPE goes, and watching our distances with people. But we are having more contact with the public now. Our calls have gone drastically up, and so we are engaging with the public a lot more now as a police department.
So Chief and I spoke, and we are recommending to the mayor at this time that we move into level 3. We feel like we are operating in level 3 currently, and just to go over just briefly level 3, elevated risk, new strain of flu or virus has been known to be deadly and is spreading throughout the world. That's still relevant here. But really some of the items in here, intensify cleansing of all surfaces, we're still doing that. Posting of signs, that's happening. Require employees who are experiencing symptoms to remain home. Advise employees who are coming to work of symptoms to watch for concerning disease. Require health questionnaire for employees. Again, we've gone back and forth on that. We have not used that yet. Use video and teleconferencing when practical, which is what we're doing. Increase social distancing. We're still social distancing. Consider canceling less critical meetings and gatherings, and talk to employees about reconsidering travel plans. So all those items we are doing. I mean, we're starting to open up by allowing some summer rec. So I don't think level 4 is applicable, because a level 4, goes into the areas of having, discussing severe or disruption in our city services that we're providing. We're really not having much of a disruption at this point anymore. We are fully operational with just a lot of mitigating procedures in place.
And if I might add to that, I understand that the task force, the COVID-19 task force, state task force, recommended lowering once again down to green over the weekend. George, you may have some more information on that, but that was what I heard today. So,
yeah, that's out there as some people would like that. And I don't think there's an official word yet, but since the numbers have also trended up for the last 4 days, there's some hesitation.
Yeah, it's understandable.
So is there more before I ask a question, Brent or Chief?
I think that's all.
Let's talk about we're beyond the May 30th magical date. about our committees getting back involved. What's everybody thinking about that, doing that? We talked
good
about
point.
we would.
Yeah, good point. So that's also another item. Leah's emailed all of the committee chairs. We're encouraging the committees to start meeting again, but we'd prefer that they meet over Zoom still at this point. But we are encouraging committees to meet, to get back to discussing and planning for the city and things like that. So that email was sent out. So we're encouraging that.
All right, thanks. Anything else? Anybody? Questions? Comments?
How many people have you had in City Hall in the 2 days?
Not many. It's been pretty small, and that's where I didn't have too much. In all honesty, council, we don't get a ton of residents here at City Hall to begin with, and so that's why we didn't really have too much of an issue opening up, because we knew there would be people self-distancing, so we'd see a decrease in our already limited numbers. So not many. Which is, I would say, the most traffic we receive here at City Hall tends to be court or fingerprinting. Is that right, Chief? So
Yeah, right. Well, I think a lot of the traffic we get is for court and police. And we are opening back up for fingerprinting. I want our officers to be wearing masks, as well as the person that's getting their fingerprints taken wear masks, and then obviously clean up good afterwards. But that's a service we're going to start doing again. It's a pretty important service for people to get employment and so forth. So I know that's been a hardship for people to not have that service available.
Okay. Thanks. What they've done out front with the plexiglass and then the table, when I came in today, it's a good thing. Not they've been protecting everybody, and would you just don't try and go in that door? Says there's a plexiglass there. You get knocked back on your rear end. So, but anyway, thank you so much. If there's nothing else on that, I'll move to item number 6. Okay.
Well, I'm not.
Go ahead.
What is item 6?
July 4th of July discussion.
When are we going, or where is the next city council meeting? Or how is the next city council meeting done?
So, Brent and I have talked about that. I'm the one that made, he said he'll let me decide tonight. I still wanted to do a Zoom meeting tonight. He and I walked through council chambers last week. Shows me how it's been set up, that we could do 6-foot distancing. Obviously, there's concern about, depending upon the topics that you might have for the council meeting, as how many public are coming. I know that yesterday I had an online discussion with other cities, about half and half. Some were doing their first in-person tonight. Some were going to monitor if they had a big issue by only allowing certain people in and spacing out on the floor. That's one thing that we hadn't determined yet, the exact spacing on the floor. We had the staff and our spacing set up, but so that's why I kind of backed off until we were sure what we wanted to do. Brant, any further thought on that spacing on the floor that we discussed?
I think that's the biggest concern is some of these other city halls that are opening up, such as Kaysville, for their city council. They have a very large area for their meetings, larger than ours. So I worry about how restrictive it might be if you open it up. I feel more people can participate over Zoom if they have the Zoom invite. But again, I'm not overly concerned with that, but we haven't decided how to space people out. I think it's just going to be one of those areas where you're spacing out households, not by person. So it's going to have to be flexible, but we can only fit so many into the council chambers. I would argue maybe 30 people, including ourselves, maybe 40 at the most, including ourselves in the council chambers, then you have the lobby. So,
well, and then you've got a number of choke points.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, and it's an interesting question, just in general, right? Is we want to be accessible to the public. And I've heard from people that the online meetings are so much more accessible, actually, because they might be at home with little kids in bed and wouldn't be able to get away. Whereas with it being online, they could pipe in and watch and participate and make a comment.
Well, I think at some point we're going to end up with a hybrid anyway, because I'm actually thinking that the continuation of receiving public comment and allowing people to participate remotely has been very effective. I mean, I will categorically say that the emotional impact of being invited into someone's home in our trailer park community has been, that's been very eye-opening. I mean, you're sitting in our homes. So I think we should continue to allow that into the future. As to meeting in person, I think the primary issue I have is, and I bring that specifically up with the Planning Commission as well, is we have a number of, I think, items that are going to be of enough importance to the community where people will show up. And I would hate to put Paul and his officers in crowd control where, I'm sorry, you can't come in because we hit 30 people. You have to stay outside. I mean, that's just not going to be effective. So, I mean, I think the worst year we ever had for our adopting the budget, maybe 16 people, 17 people showed up when we were adopting our property tax increase. It wasn't a huge amount, but
I think it was actually it wasn't a huge amount. It was a little more than that. I think it was around 22 or 3.
Okay.
But I totally agree with your point, George, that the fact that we are there at City Hall, then we're inviting any public interested to join us there. And then we're put in a position where we have to limit. So personally, I feel more comfortable having us stay in the online format until we have no limitations, so that if somebody wants to come and meet in the way that we're meeting and where we're meeting, we don't have to be turning people away and counting heads and creating that situation at all.
My personal feeling as I looked at the calendar was, it's a 5 Tuesday month. I was kind of more thinking maybe 2 weeks from now we go Zoom once again, and that still gives, then we're out till July 7th. And we get even a better feel. I mean, that's another 4 weeks. So,
and I agree with you. I think we can look at it again. I mean, the one thing we also have to realize that when we go green is not everything goes. Green is green with restrictions, and that may affect us with our ability to congregate in large groups, even that.
At the risk of being a thorn in the side, did anyone else listen to the Republican debate last night?
The governor or the Congress?
Governor.
I can neither confirm nor deny because we're a nonpartisan body.
Well,
I'm just giving you a hard time, Bill.
There's a lot of complaint about freedoms being taken away and the propriety thereof. And I'm not saying we went too far, but I'm not sure that things didn't go too far. And I at least would err on the side of reopening is my basic feeling. And I'm not 100%, but at the same point in time, that's what my feeling is.
And I think that Councilman Inch, you probably, and all of you probably know my disposition and what I've leaned towards. I mean, my main concern has been the businesses and the economy. People's health, yes, but businesses' economy is so critical as well too. I've probably been not as conservative as some mayors in our county. I'm probably in the middle of how mayors are, but I hear what you're saying. And if I felt that we weren't accomplishing things through these Zoom meetings, then I would say, yes, we're back for sure. But I think we're accomplishing just as much.
We didn't have a single person comment on the budget.
Do you think if we'd had it open that we would have had people here commenting?
Good point. I don't know. We have some, we haven't some.
Yeah, this isn't really a controversial year. I mean, if there were some rallying cry items, I'm sure we'd have some people.
And the year we had 23, we did a tax increase.
And my point is that the accessibility actually increases for a large amount of people.
Yeah,
For some, but
see, I
it
don't-
decreases for others.
It decreases for some, and they've had the ability to watch it on YouTube anyway. And what's our average watch on YouTube? 4?
Well, it's not necessarily the watch count, but I mean, if you looked at how Commissioner Hayman handled the Planning Commission, we had a ton of people roll up to that Planning Commission and participate to talk about the trailer park. And I think they were very successful. That's why I was saying from a physical perspective, and that's why I'm in agreement with Tammy is that if we are not green, everyone can come in, we're adding some restrictions around any issue that could be hot button where we can't have everyone accommodated. And I'd hate to do that. And maybe it is going to end up a hybrid bill where we still have the ability for some people to call in or come in online, because like I say, green doesn't mean a high risk individual can necessarily show up to City Hall and enjoy the same safety.
Well, I'm feeling we're going to be back here June 16th or July 7th. And I think that we'll want to have not only the in-person option, but the Zoom option for at least a couple of months, I would imagine, because there's the high risk people that we still want to be able to hear from.
Why do you say June 16th or July 7th? Why didn't you say June 16th or June 30th?
Because we don't meet on the
Usually meet on the 5th.
fifth Tuesday. We just meet on the first or third Tuesday.
Since when?
Since we got less busy.
We've always been
No,
first and third Tuesday.
since forever.
Well,
We were
not
first and
forever.
third, but we've generally done 5th.
Never.
Only on extreme circumstances have we thrown that in there. That's not been a common one.
Yeah, with both Steve and Brant, we haven't had fifth Tuesday meetings.
We only did that when we wanted to make Steve or Brant sigh really hard, but Brant hasn't been here long enough to experience that.
Well, the Utopia.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
PPP
I'm thinking
option
about
had-
I think you're right and I'm wrong. I beg your pardon.
There has been a time. The Utopia PPP had more than 2 work sessions a week for a long time.
Yeah, no, we've done it before. It's just not common.
It's not uncommon, but it's not the regular.
Okay. Comment withdrawn.
So it's heard. I think that I'm anxious to give people a chance to be in person as well too, but I'm also realizing that we've got a lot done this way, but I don't want to continue this way. So like Councilman, some of my meetings, I think we've got more accomplished than the old way, you know, and with some of the other committees. So,
Mr. Mayor, I'll say from our standpoint, we did keep the agenda light as we were trying to figure out how to work through this, but we're starting to reintroduce all of our, the same, we're reintroducing all the topics again for discussion for council because we have this all figured out now. So you're going to start seeing, items that you saw tonight. Tonight's kind of a little bit heavier agenda than we've had a couple of weeks ago. So we'll be introducing all the normal business, whether we do it on Zoom or in person, it doesn't matter. We've got this figured out now. So, or Leah, I should say, has this figured out now.
Thank you.
She's a pro.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you, Leah.
And Brett, I do think we're going to up our game when we are back physically in. I think the Zoom or call-in option is never going to go away. Like since we've learned it,
And I have no objection to that. I think that's excellent.
In fact, that's what we're looking at, and maybe this conversation with Councilmember McEwen later, but getting Zoom and maybe possibly re-evaluating our camera system within the council chambers to incorporate other avenues. Our conference call system is not effective. It needs to be changed. So we are looking at ways where we can change and incorporate this hybrid system into our council meetings.
Looking forward to it.
And I like the idea of a hybrid, but I would just repeat that I think until we're at a green, we're at a situation where we're not having to even consider the logistics of possibly turning people away, that I would suggest not introducing that possibility.
All right, thank you. 4th of July discussion. We have the Curnows listening too, but before I open it there, Brent and I and the Curnows talked on Monday. We determined that to add this as a agenda item. We felt that you needed to know where we stood. So I'll go through quick what's we have. Looking at the traditional 4th of July that we have, the night before, there is no concert, okay? There is no Boost in the Park. The day of, there is no breakfast. There is no parade. There is a 5K run. Rotary has figured out a way to do a virtual 5K run. So they're gonna have people in like the last few days before the 4th of July run a 5K on their own and submit times, and so they're doing a virtual 5K run. And then, there is no children's parade the night before. And so what we're left with is one item for sure, and the other item that with this being a strange year and being COVID, that I want to discuss with you. The two items is, and we'll let Councilman Ince fill on it, and on the one item is our aviation parade or our aeronautic aviation show, whatever you want to call it. The second is fireworks. Now, I in particular would love to find a way to do fireworks. Some people don't feel as strongly as me. Some cities are doing them, some aren't. I realize we can't have a gathering place, so it kind of have to be the fence off a park. What do you do? Okay, but so that was the big discussion. Why Brent and I said let's get the input on the council on that one. I just, there's a couple reasons for me in that regard. Is if we can pull it off, I'd like to see the spirits of our citizens be lifted somehow. I mean, all of you are probably getting what I'm getting. I had one just before I walked in here tonight was, hey, our family wants to come up to the parade. We doing it? You know, somebody was coming to the window and I was staying at the other side of the hall. You're probably all getting that as well too. Stuff like that, just, you know, we know it's not gonna work. We know that 4th of July, the 24th downtown's been called off. The handcart days in Bountiful, no other city's doing a parade. So those things are, you know, for sure done. But so that's where we're at. And like I say, we have our 4th of July chair as well too. So I would like to have the discussion and get some input from each one of you on what you feel about fireworks. I talked with the fire chief. There, like I said, there's a couple of towns in our fire district that have put in and got a permit. And I talked with him 2 days ago, and he says if you're going to do it, get a permit in quick. But and so he's concerned not about fireworks shows, but he's concerned more so about potential of people lighting the mountain on fire, doing more fireworks on their own. So anyway, I opened that up. I hope I gave it good enough background. So what's the thought?
I would like to think that if we did it, it would reduce the fireworks on the hill. But honestly, I think we're fooling ourselves.
You won't change the fireworks on the hill. That's going to happen anyway.
I don't see how we could. I don't see how we could do it. And when you said you've had people, I had a lot of people that were very adamantly contacting me quite often about the first part of May. Don't be an idiot. This is going to be gone by July. Don't be canceling our 4th of July. Have you canceled the 4th of July yet? I'd say, well, no, we haven't totally canceled it, but well, you better not. And then the last 2 weeks, those same people have been saying to me, have you canceled the 4th of July? Well, you need to, because everyone else has, and we'll bring a lot of people from other cities in if we were the city that was having the party. And they don't want people coming in from other cities. So I thought that's interesting because it's the same people that were sure we should have it and it was going to be great. And now they're saying, you need to cancel it because we don't want all the people in here.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point.
My problem with fireworks sponsored by the city, that's twofold. One, there's no location where we can accommodate everybody, so somebody's going to get left out. I mean, we already know what the crowding looks like in a park if we put everyone in Smith Park. If we did community park, we have potentially less of that issue, but you still have a bunch of people who aren't going to be able to make it down in park. There'll still be that sort of issue. I don't know that we can accommodate everyone, and frankly, when it comes to anything that causes us to congregate, I mean, what's saving us out here in Utah, and in my humble, uneducated opinion, is geographical dispersion. And you go to any place that's having huge numbers and deaths, it's because they don't have that. And I don't think as a city we should be doing anything right now while we lack an effective vaccine or any significant preventative measures that encourages people to congregate in large numbers. That's just, to me, it's not responsible. I totally acknowledge the idea that we want to raise people's spirits and things like that, but I'm just going to say it the way I think it. I'm going to pull a bill. I'm going to put that qualifier on there. I'm not willing to kill somebody's grandmother over fireworks, because somebody will, their potential is too high to pass it along.
I'm with you on that. The first thing that comes to my mind is we don't know what April sales tax looks like. And we're busy cutting the budget in ways that are going to be drastic, in order to try to come up with the money again and try to get back on track for those equipment replacements, it's going to be a while. And I hesitate to say, oh, we're going to blow a bunch of money on fireworks when we can't have people gather to watch them, and we don't have money for our city needs. I don't know. I worry.
Is there any ability to choose, and I'm just going to use the number 6. I don't know that 6 is the right number. 6 locations spaced along Main Street, and get the fire department to shoot off fireworks so that everybody is somewhat close. Nobody has to congregate to see them. And do some fireworks in town.
Did you talk to Brian Curnow? Because that was his idea.
No, we did not talk.
You guys' minds think alike.
Yep.
Is that kind of bonding? Are they insured for that?
I will state the fire department is not willing to light fireworks. I've already discussed that with them.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
It was an idea. It
was.
Call it a wild hair.
I love the fact that people are trying to come up with ideas to get around this. I really do, Bill. I think it's fantastic. I mean, some of us are definitely on the more pessimistic end of the spectrum. This year has not been great if you add up everything that's happened this far in terms of things you would never expect to have happen in Utah. And having a very subdued 4th of July or 24th has never been on my radar for what we would have to do inside the city. But I rather suspect that individual residents are going to rise to the challenge. They usually do. The concern is, can we keep them out of the exclusion zone on the hillside?
I suspect that you're right. That's one of the benefits you'd get if you were doing something formally sponsored. It might reduce the volume of that.
Yeah, but if they know that there's no city-sponsored fireworks, you might see a couple people invest more in their personal shows. And I don't know about your neighborhood, but I don't have to do anything other than walk out on my back porch, and I still can't hear with all the fireworks going off. So
that's what I was going to say as well. I mean, people will be able to personally celebrate. We have certain people who have put on very big private shows, and then it's just not under the city purview, inviting the risk.
So, like I said, especially in this unique year, I appreciated your opinion. Brant, I owe him dinner big time. Hopefully you don't take me to a place that's too expensive, Brant. Because I thought the council would go for fireworks and he said no, so he was right.
You can pay me tomorrow, Brent.
All right, thanks, Bill. Appreciate that.
What's your aviation parade you're talking about? What's that?
Leah just sent everyone an email. I'm not sure if it was an email or what it was.
I can put it up on the screen if you want.
Great, put it up on the screen. In an emergency planning meeting, which includes 2 pilots, we were talking about something to do, and we came up, the initial thought was just an aviation parade. And as we have met, and there's a committee going that's an informal committee. It includes myself, the mayor, person by the name of Chris Volzer, who is the manager at Bountiful Sky Park. Kim Kerno is on it. There's someone from West Point on it, and there's someone from Fruit Heights on it. There's someone from Woods Cross on it. The flyover, Kim is going to be reporting tomorrow. We believe it is still scheduled. We're trying to tie down the time. Oh, I'm sorry. The question is what gets flown over? Originally, it was Centerville, and Centerville's just too small. And so then do you do Bountiful, Centerville, Farmington? And I was encouraged to look a little bit further. We have offered it by the mayor through the Council of Governments throughout the county. There is only one city north of Kaysville that has really expressed any interest. We've kind of told them that if they can't get more people to join in, we probably can't go all the way up to West Point.
Councilman Ince, I'm sorry, you asked me a couple days ago by text, I didn't respond. All the mayors are thrilled and in, except for I have not heard at all from Sunset or Clinton.
Okay, well then it's back to the full county. Because if we have most of them, that works. One of the things the mayor did was talk to them about there would be some cost between $500 and $1,000 per city. So we're looking at the F-15 flyover. I have preliminary arrangements through the Experimental Aircraft Association that they would bring a group, possibly 10 to 15 planes, that would fly a circuit around the county. All of these flights would be at about 1,000 feet, with the exception of the parachute jumpers. I have a preliminary commitment from the Commemorative Air Force Wing out of Heber, between 2 and 4 planes. I'm sorry, the experimental aircraft, there's no cost on. The F-15s, there's no cost on. Commemorative Air Force, there will be some cost on, probably $1,500 to $2,000, depending on how many planes. The mayor is going to report tomorrow about a possible helicopter squadron. I have preliminary commitments from 3 providers. No, preliminary commitments from 2 providers and a third one that Brett Anderson from Woods Cross is bringing to the table. They will jump from someplace in the neighborhood of 8,000 to 9,000 feet absolute, which means they're jumping up from about 3,500 to 4,000 feet above us, and will come down and land. The idea would be 1 or 2 jumpers in each city at a location chosen by the city, trailing smoke and American flags. And this newer person who we have not met yet, I've talked to him on the phone, believes he can bring a flight of a training aircraft from, oh shoot, what's the college up in Sugar House?
Westminster?
Westminster. And then the last one, which I managed not to get on my list, so I've got to redo my list, is that Chris Volzer believes he can get some training aircraft potentially to come in from SkyWest and fly a circuit. And so all this would be flown at approximately 1,000 feet. We still have to map it out, but they would start basically in North Salt Lake, come up through Bountiful, Centerville, Farmington, Fruit Heights, Kaysville, Layton, up around the north end of the county, and then a second loop back out, finishing that same thing. Now, it's possible they'll start on the north and circle and go that way. We're still working it out. So there are two things. I missed that on number 5. There's a note there on my report tomorrow. There will be some cost for the flag and smoke jumpers. There will be some cost for the commemorative Air Force, but those are the only costs we've identified, and that's going to be $5,000 to $7,000. Would start at 9 o'clock in the morning, probably last an hour to an hour and a half. And hopefully add something, especially maybe the commemorative Air Force. So, like I said, Stephanie, look up, and George, I think we're practicing social distancing.
Yeah, we'd be practicing social distancing, but the part that made me kind of smile was it said flight of possible or student pilots. And immediately went to, well, the moment we've handed over cash, we've now got liability. So what's it look? Who's carrying the insurance policy for this?
The school. It
No,
would be,
well, for any of these, if we pay any of these pilots and we have any issues, the city has liability, right?
the commercial ones have their own. So both the commemorative Air Force and the jumpers have their own, and have been jumping for cities and counties and organizations routinely in the past.
So do we have is the idea where as a county or cities we're drafting a legal agreement with them that they're producing their insurance and all that stuff? I realize they have it, but if we go down this road, I'd want to make sure we're covered.
Brett, you want to fill in there?
Pardon?
Brett and I have talked a little bit about that liability as well too, Councilman Ince. Obviously in our meeting last week, it was talking about no private pilots, right?
Right, no private pilots. The ones coming from the school would be students with instructors that would be commercial pilots.
Yeah,
That's brand new, provided by Brett Anderson from Woods Cross. He'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, so our IRMA rep isn't on. I'd love to. I don't think it's going to be an issue. I just want to understand where once we hand over cash, if they have an exhibition license like a smoke jumper or the jumpers with the smoke and the flags or commemorative Air Force, I would understand their insurance, but the other ones I'd be a little hesitant on. And I hope somebody is planning on coordinating all this with air traffic control at Salt Lake, because that's a lot of traffic through our corridor. We don't get that much that size of flights coming through.
We've got 2 people. So Chris Volzer is heavily involved in that with Air Park. And this new person from Woods Cross is involved in that. I am not capable of doing that. I don't know the appropriate order. Those are things that we're aware of, working on, going to be talked about tomorrow.
Bill, you get me a back seat and a trainer P-51, I'll agree to all of it. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
What if you fly the F-16?
I'm due for a flight in one of those, but I'm on the tall side.
Okay.
Bill, I really like it. I think it's amazing. And I think it would really lift people's spirits. And if that cost is shared by the cities they're flying over, then I'm definitely for it.
I think it'd be awesome. I appreciate the work, you and the mayor and Brant, all of you, putting a lot of work into thinking that up.
We have 12 of the 15 cities in. One city they cannot do because they're too close to the mountain, South Weber. And like I said, 2 other cities, Clinton and Sunset, I haven't heard from any of their mayors.
As long as you make me candy, I'm in.
No candy. That is an FAA regulation.
For the commercial pilots.
So as a former airport manager, I can probably walk through some of this. But the liability side, Bill, if Councilmember Rentz, the issue is they have their own insurance, but we need to be listed as co-insured for that to qualify. And Lisa can correct me, but I've had a conversation both with Dave Peterson with IRMA and today Steve Hansen with the Utah Local Governments Trust, the directors of each, to look into this. Even if we are listed as co-insured, there still is potential need for us to look at special events insurance. The cost could be anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, but if we can share in that cost with the other cities, I don't think that could be detrimental. But in all honesty, they could have their own insurance, but we're according to Dave, the more involved we are in the planning, which it looks like we're heavily involved, the more liability we take on. So if someone wrecks a plane into a house, the cities are on the hook. If someone dies skydiving, the cities are on the hook. So, I mean, there is insurance to a point, but we just have to be careful and look out and protect the city. And Lisa, if you want to chime in on anything I missed, but that is the concern. I think it's a great idea. I'm not trying to kill it. This is the other end that us city managers cringe about. So, and attorneys more so.
Yes, agreed.
Lisa, we can't hear you. You're muffled.
She's lost her voice.
No,
She's in a state of shock, huh?
I'm a little choked up. No, yeah, I mean, obviously there's some liability. And as they said, yeah, if we're involved and we're creating contracts to hire people to jump out of planes, we're involved in that. So, but you can always insure the risk. It's just a matter of
Well, that's, I mean, when you say that we're creating a contract to get people to jump out of planes, I guess that maybe is what's happening. But this is something that they are feeling very constrained because they haven't done it in the last 90 days, and other events that they had scheduled have been canceled. So they usually do 2 or 3 of these things on the 4th of July. We just haven't been in on them in the past. So it's not like they're engineering it for us.
Well, but they are, Bill. You guys are picking a flight path over the entire county. You've got multiple air jurisdictions that are involved. Hill Air Force Base. You've got Salt Lake Tower. There is some logistics behind setting it up. And
there are some. You're right. There are some logistics.
So from my perspective, by participating and saying we want to be part of this flyover and it's this city's and this is your route, then you've ordered a product at that point, and the minute money changes hands, it's not, hey, it'd be a really nice idea if you guys flew over like the Air Force does, where they pick their own path. But if we participate, I just get concerned about the transfer of liability to us.
Well, interestingly, and Kim Kerno hasn't chimed in. I thought she would since she's on there, Mayor. But I don't want to argue what you're saying because I don't know the specifics. But we've been involved in setting the path for the Air Force when they fly it.
Yeah.
Kim?
How do I talk?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me talk?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I am so sorry. I do have a couple of things. I just missed, Bill, what you said. I apologize. But actually, the person who is picking the flight path is not us and setting the logistics of that up. It's actually Chris, and he's handling that kind of stuff. So we actually aren't the ones doing that. We actually
True.
do, and we actually do pick a path when we put a request in for the flyover with the F-16s. Just to give you a quick update on that, we have a partial approval on that. It is not totally confirmed. We are pushing forward for that. I had thought that we did, but we are still, I believe we will get it, but we're still pushing for that. So
as a suggestion, where we've already had like the military flyover, Bill, 153rd Refueling Group out of Air National Guard out of Salt Lake Airport, KC-135 at 1,000 feet is pretty impressive. So they might be able to get permission if you ask. And then the 211th, I don't know if they're still active, 211th Aviation out of Airport Number 2 was a helicopter squadron. So those are both of those are under the auspices of the governor. It might be worth reaching out and saying, hey, that's some military aircraft that can make some noise. And,
Can you give me a name and phone number?
I will see if my numbers are still current. It's been several years since I've talked to any of those guys, but I'll see what I can
Councilman
do.
McEwen, is that under the National Guard?
What's that?
Is that under the National Guard?
153rd Refueling? Yeah, they're Utah Air National Guard.
Okay, so we have had Commissioner Stevenson and also one of the other mayors with the contact he has requesting those that C what is it, the C-135? Is that what it is?
KC-135.
Yeah, and also the helicopters. And that's who I've been trying. Commissioner Stevenson, the county commissioner, and Mayor Pullman actually from Fruit Heights have been working them. And so I don't know. I'm trying to get a hold of them to see what we found out. But if you have another contact, that's great.
Well, nothing current, and I may have listed the wrong unit number, but I'm sure we could probably make a few more phone calls. I think it's a fun idea as long as we can manage the liability and that we, if we're paying somebody to do it, that liability is transferred to the owner operator that we're giving the gas money to.
Well, and I feel more confident that happens when it's the U.S. Air Force or the Utah National Guard.
Well, I want to pay their gas money. They're pretty expensive to run those birds.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking transfer liability though.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and hey, Bill, just so you know, it is legal to drop things from airplanes as long as you mitigated the risk to persons or property, but it's not common. It's not prohibited, but it's not allowed. It's pretty funny the way the rule works out on that.
It's really interesting the different opinions I get on some of these things because I've been told exactly the opposite by someone claiming to be able to pull the reg and show it to me right now.
Well, yeah, the reg actually says no pilot in command of a civil aircraft may allow an object to be dropped from that aircraft in flight that creates a hazard to persons or property. But that's not prohibitive. It just says you can't do it if it's going to create a hazard. Laws are fun.
Okay.
I just wanted to say one other thing, and maybe this is not a big deal. Just want everyone to be aware. Yes, there's the cost with the fly, but there also each city will be taking care of their own promotion. So we put a sign out in front of the city or get some promotion stuff so people are aware of this, which we will need to do. Not a crazy amount, but just something that will be part of it as well. Just to be aware.
It's the 151st refueling. It's not the 153rd. My bad.
We give you a pass. Kim?
Yep.
Anything more on that or anything more? I told you I'd bring you in too if there were other things with the 4th of July that you wanted to bring up.
There's just two things we're kind of battling with or talking about. At this point, I think we'll just move forward with the air show. We're not going to end it. I got to give it a name.
I have been told that air show is a no-no because it requires special FAA
It's 9 o'clock. Oops.
It's parade.
There we go. Chris had given a suggestion. I thought I wrote it down and I think I left it at my office, so I apologize. But just, initially when we first started this whole thing where we couldn't come outside, we didn't think of yet at that point the air show or the air parade. The thought was at that point, I actually thought we already had the complete approval, but we had a partial approval for the flyover for the F-16s. And at that point, could we all go outside, coordinate having flags out or doing, the Pledge of Allegiance or sing a song or something along those lines? If we can fit that in with the air parade, possibly, I don't know yet, but if we do that, we'll probably just, implement it in the process of that and share that. But
did you abandon your thought of trying to do a promotion to get people to decorate their houses in red,
there you
white?
go. I didn't know I was going to bring that up, but yes, that would then.
I didn't bring it up, Kim.
I know. Think, well, I could just not work for a couple of weeks and just really get this done. But yes, that I'm toying with that. And if I could get a few people who are going to meet with me possibly tomorrow, I might bring. There's another person, Bill, that I might bring to a meeting, but that could help with that process in promoting it. It would be easy, but that would also entail having maybe a little bit of funds to give first, second, third place prizes to people if they decorate their homes, kind of similar to like Christmas lights, but be more patriotic, whether they had to have music to it or not. If we can get people in the city to do that, it could be 3 houses, it could be 20 homes, or whoever wanted to do it. And then post it so people then could, on let's say the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and even the 4th, they have a few days to go through that, the city and see those homes that are decorated. If we have the people in the city that would be interested in that, sure. I mean,
well, my wife's told me I'm doing it whether I like it or not. So,
so see, we got one right here. So yeah, so the question, that will add, I don't think a large number to the budget, but just a little something to give each person, whoever's in those first, second, and third place or winners. That was just the idea. Wasn't my idea, so I can't take good or bad, but that is something we're looking at. But trying to think, it's really hard to find out things that you can do that without coming together physically. But I just love the air parade idea, so I'm glad that everybody's supportive of that.
So I have to give big thanks to the Curnows and also Councilman Ince. The Curnows have been working on these other ideas. When we were canceling things one by one, Councilman Ince came with me to that idea. I said, I'll run it by the mayors because, we try and talk a couple times a month during this COVID thing. And they were all excited. And so I appreciate the efforts that are being made. Yeah, we want to make sure that we're safe in what we do, as safe as we can be as possible. But it is important to me that we lift spirits in whatever way we can. It's kind of critical to me, but so that's why we've been racking our brains. So but we wanted to bring it all since we finally had some solidification of plans to you and what's been going on. So further comments? Kim, Bill, questions, council?
Well, I guess my question is regarding the lights and that kind of thing. What's your feedback? I know how Bill feels. Brian, my husband, likes the idea too. Does anybody have any feedback regarding that, or something we should push forward, or maybe not so much? Nobody else has a.
Well, I'll speak to what.
Sounds like they're okay if you do or if you don't.
Okay, all right. I don't know if I'm gonna go to your house, Bill, and see your lights, because I don't know if I have. I'm gonna be able to put them on my house, but.
hey, my wife someplace, I don't know where she got them or when she got them, but she's got, the big round 1-inch bulbs, red, white, and blue.
Okay.
So Now, I don't have music, and I don't think we're planning on music.
I think she was getting a microphone and putting you out front in Uncle Sam's
Oh, yeah, right.
house. You're going to be singing.
If there's no further comments, Kim, then no questions from council, then I'll move on to the next item. Once again, thanks for what everybody's doing, and that's what we can do. As I'm sure you get calls from people all the time, as you brought up, Councilwoman Meekum, and so it gives you some indication of what you can tell them, what we're working towards.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
The people, just real quick, the people I've been, when the city sends people to me, I do update those people on the fact that we aren't able to move forward, which we're very sad about. But we're hoping to provide something else for them, and we'll be promoting that in the next week, 2 weeks. But it's going to need probably, I would think, probably 2 weeks. I would think.
Can we get our communication out to, I've gotten at least 2 calls from Viewmont about the band and stuff like that. Have we notified all of them that we're not doing a parade now, or have we reached out to those groups?
Great question. I think that's something great question. I will reach out to them. I did talk to Centerville Junior High, but I have not talked to the high school, so I will make sure we reach out to those people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kurnos.
Thank you.
All right, well, item number 7, the minutes review and acceptance of the May 19th City Council work session. The May 19th City Council, any changes to those minutes? If not, so a motion to accept those minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes as provided.
Second.
Second.
All right, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Hey, Stephanie, the parade's not tonight.
I'm sorry, the chickens are desperate, so I have to go outside.
I'll
try to mute it, they're loud.
Council Member Entz, anything further to report on your council report or committees or?
The only thing really of consequence, my only committee that is still meeting is the Emergency Response Committee. We have been having Zoom meetings, trying to do, I think based on tonight and the decision, I will do another Zoom meeting for June 1, which is this weekend. Although I think Davis County is planning on face-to-face. With the situation on Saturday, when that word came out, I alerted the emergency response managers throughout the 4 districts in the city of what was going on and asked them to get to those in their various areas, equivalent being wards, and just say if there was something that needed attention to please call 911 and then back through the chain to let us know. So fortunately, I didn't hear anything and we didn't have anything, that, at least not that I've heard of. That's it.
Thank you. Next item is the mayor's report. Quickly on 2 items, because most of my report was with the 4th of July. Saturday evening, Bill just referred to, or Councilman Entz. I was here at City Hall with Brent most of the night, and he maybe and the chief was here as well too. As y'all know, we had officers through text that went and helped out in Salt Lake. I'm very, very pleased and proud of our police department. We got a letter from the mayor of Salt Lake thanking us for our efforts in sending officers down there and what they were able to do. And obviously we're very grateful for that. I had a board meeting with Centerpoint Theater. Brent may have this on his report too, so I won't touch this much, but they have some idea of trying to get outside theater production going, but they've reached out to Brent reached out to the county. about the possibility of lagoons open, how soon before Centerpoint can open. So when I say outside theater, cars would come in parked in their car, kind of like a drive-in movie, you know, limit the cars and watch the theater take place. That would require some potential approval by planning commission to be able to do that outside event. And then the last thing I would say is obviously our minds are a lot on the COVID, our minds are a lot on the rioting and the protests. I know we have to be careful with COVID, but I know that some of these protests are organized. It's not just about the situation in Minnesota, but it's actually organized rioting. But I have to think that we have to find certain things that give us relief, because I think a lot of these people involved that are just passerbyers and want to get involved, they don't have the ball game to go to, they don't have other activities to go to, and I think it's mentally wears on people not being able to have the ability to go and do some of the things that they're used to and work out some of their frustrations. So I hope we can all find our way to work our frustrations out in a different manner. That's my report, and I'll return it over to Brent for the city manager's report.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I only have a couple items since we've discussed and approved most of the things we've been working on of late. One item is just from our work session. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, I'll be working on what the baseball program, if we were to set it up as a city program, committee-wise and staff that we might need, whether it's volunteer or paid. But I would look at, you know, if it's paid, what those salaries might be, comparing them in the TechNet system to find out. And so I'll present what the cost would be if we fully took it on city, and how we would approach it and what the formation will look like. So we'll have that presented to you once Matt and Ben also have their proposal put together. It might be the next meeting, might be the meeting after that. It just kind of depends on what they, anyway, we'll present them both together. We'll present the city side, they'll present the association side, and we'll go from there. The second item is Cameron Woodbury is just an incredible contractor. He's been helping here at City Hall. We're trying to get this conference room ready for those committees to meet, and we're securing City Hall down so the committees can walk in through the front door, go straight into that conference room. They'll no longer have to go downstairs, things like that. So, but one question I had for you is that we have an opportunity here. Cameron has moved the doors. You know how the conference room was kind of awkward with the door in the middle? We've moved the doors to the outside, so it's easier to get in and out of the conference room. We have an opportunity to maybe put glass there instead of a wall, which would really open up that room quite a bit. So we did get a bid on the glass, and it was $2,700 to do that. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on what you thought about putting in glass to open up City Hall a little bit and add some light into this area.
I like it.
I like it, but I think it ought to wait until we have a little more sales tax.
Well, we have it part of the budget. We had 90,000 budget for that front end renovation, and we're not doing the front end renovation. We actually had that out to bid once again, and we had 0 replies, 0 bids back. So really? We do have some funds.
I would take that as a sign.
So, well, I think it's a small project, and contractors really are pushing on big projects. If we had a much larger renovation, we would, but nonetheless, we're actually looking to maybe Cameron might be able to do that front end and save us a lot more money because of how talented he is. So, but as of right now, we have plenty of savings in there to afford putting in glass. And it's from a local company, so we'll be supporting a local business.
I don't know, what do others think?
I think it's great personally, especially if we have the money and we're not doing the upfront project. So I started off. Any other comments?
I agree. And while things are getting done, it's a small thing, and it's something that can get done right now. So
And I think it's a plus that we're also supporting a local business with it as well. So
it is O'Brien, if you're curious, O'Brien Glass Products.
You mean we have more than one glass per place in Centerville? Just,
Well, didn't
Sure,
you
I
know?
mean,
I would throw it out there.
maybe we do. I only thought we had one.
I don't know, but they're a great company and they do a lot for our community.
And it would be nice to do something for him since he felt like he got screwed before.
No comment on that one.
So anyway, I like the idea. I think it'll look really nice. It'll bring in a lot of light, and it'll make it feel more open in that room as our committees are meeting in there. Okay, I think I'm good to proceed. That's
Yeah, you got positive, it sounds like.
all right. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I actually received word that there is a need for a closed session, so I would entertain a motion to go to a closed session, not returning to city council meeting. But we do have an RDA quick meeting as well too after we're done.
Mr. Mayor, I would propose we go into the RDA first, come back into the city council meeting, go into closed session so we can eliminate those off the call that don't need to be.
Okay, good point.
That was how I was going to structure that motion. A motion that we go to the RDA. We go ahead and go to the RDA meeting, convene the RDA, return to the city council so that we can go into closed session. And I'll make the closed session motion when we're back in council.
It's only second.
You got a motion and a second. I think Councilwoman Fillmore seconded it, if I heard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Leah, can we go straight to the RDA or do we need to wait?
We can go.
Okay. Welcome to RDA. I think we have everybody here. All the directors, Director Ince, Director McEwen, Director Meekum, Director Ivy, Director Fillmore. If none of you here, well, I guess you can't answer if you aren't here. But you're all still here according to what I see, so it looks like we have a quorum. First item of business is a public hearing on the fiscal year 2020 RDA budget amendments. Do we have some talk? Is Jake? Is that you, or is that you, Brent? Or is it you, Brent?
No, it'll be me.
Or Jansen's here as well too. It looks like, but is it you, Jake?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Leah, if you could pull up the again the Exhibit A to go over the amendment. There we are. Okay. So the RDA budget needs to be amended for good reason. If you look there at the amended amounts on our revenue side, we received quite a bit more tax increment than we had, that the county had told us this last year. As a result, of course, we have to have a balanced budget. So down below, made some adjustments to some of the expenditures. If you look at the contractual obligations, we have, Dayton West, Land Rover, those sorts of things. The value on those was actually quite a bit higher, and so the payments that went to them were higher as a result. And then the plug is our other obligations, if you see that number there. So what was the remainder is put in there, and that's essentially at this point, because we don't have any other projects going on in the RDA, that's just being put into the fund balance. Yeah, if you scroll down a little bit further for me, Leah, I'll just point out again the transfer to the general fund of that additional increment to help with the UIA obligation. So those are the amendments.
Any questions for Jake on that? Okay. If no questions, then I will open this up for a public hearing. Public hearing is open to entertain comments about fiscal year 2020 RDA budget amendments. Hearing no comments, I close the public hearing. And if there is no further comments from anyone, then I will entertain a motion to approve those amendments to the fiscal year 2020 budget. That's already a resolution 2020-01.
I'd make a motion that we approve resolution 2020-01.
Got a motion? We have a second?
I second that.
Got a second? Let's do a roll call vote. Director Ince,
Aye.
Director Meekum,
Aye.
Director McEwen,
Aye.
Director Ivy,
Aye.
Director Fillmore.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. Item number 2 on the business is a public hearing for fiscal year 2021 RDA final budget. This is Jake. Do you want to brief us on that again?
Yeah, this is simple. The final budget mirrors exactly the amended budget that you just passed. We don't have any projected numbers yet. We won't get them until after actually the adoption of the final budget. So we'll go with these numbers and we'll have to amend again next year like we did this year.
So do you want this voted on or tabled?
What was that?
Do you want this voted on or tabled?
I think I'd prefer it still in case something comes up the next couple of weeks. If we have any public comment in between now and then, yeah, just do them all at the same time.
Okay, I can't entertain a motion yet though, because this is scheduled on the agenda here as a public hearing. I need to open it for a public hearing first. It's a public hearing for the fiscal year 2021 RDA budget. That public hearing is now open. Any members of the public that want to comment? Hearing no public comment, I will close the public hearing. And if there's no further questions, then I will entertain a motion to, well, however you want to say it, but it sounds like we're going to look to table it.
I will ask that we table this until our next meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's go through Director Ince.
Aye.
Director Meekum.
Aye.
Director Ivy.
Aye.
Director McEwen.
Aye.
Director Fillmore.
Aye.
I'd also like to make sure that just like we did with the budget, that we continue the public hearing when we bring this up for final adoption.
So noted. Thank you. Item number 3 is the Centerpoint Theater financial assistance discussion. This is discussed lease relief for Centerpoint Theater. Jansen, do you want to turn on your microphone and talk to us?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll introduce it. This was a request from Councilmember McEwen to bring this up as a possibility of discussing ways or methods that we could assist Centerpoint Theater, whatever that might be. Kept it intentionally vague so the conversation can go where it needs to go and whatever that might be. But with that, I've asked Jansen kind of discuss this drive-in, what are we calling it, Jansen?
Right now, it's kind of a concert in the parking lot series. So
Concert in the parking lot. So he'll discuss that idea, and I'll discuss from a city standpoint what that process takes. But that's really, I'll hand it off to you, Jansen, if you have anything else you'd like to say.
So you want to discuss the current idea for that concert series first? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What this really came down to is, and maybe just some background. Obviously, as you've talked about already, the information that comes at us because of COVID-19 continues to change. It ebbs and flows. The idea of when things can be open, what that would look like, all seems to change on a at least weekly basis, sometimes on an every other day basis. And so we recognize the fact that with our contingencies as far as what does reopening look like, how far into green would we need to be, those kinds of things, we really recognize that there would be potentially a lot of time during the summer where there is some circumstances where we couldn't fully open, but we looked for particular things that we could do within the restrictions, make sure that everything's taken care of. For your information, we've done some things, a little bit of reopening, if you will, with some summer activities in the academy, which is really well suited for this kind of thing. We can control the number of class sizes, distancing, that sort of thing. So, but it does open up some opportunities for some of the community and their kids and that sort of thing. So I think we'll see some good things there. Also, as part of this, a colleague of mine in Texas who has a theater that's in similar size several months ago started this idea of what they call a drive-up concert. And so this would not be a play, this would be a concert type of an opportunity. It would be based around primarily a musical theater, that sort of thing. But the idea is that they have a live performance outside. The patrons come and join them as if they were doing a drive-in theater, so they stay in their car, and we broadcast using just a local FM connection frequency, so that it's just a short area, it just covers the area that we're in. And so that allows them to stay within their cars, which was one of the big questions we had, is looking at it saying, what can we do that still stays within some of these restrictions that are out there, but maybe creates some sort of an activity for the community that I think a lot of what we're hearing, all of us, including myself, is hearing is a lot of people are just really hungry for something and what they can do that they feel safe in doing. So that's where this concept came out of. In the process, of course, we've been working with the mayor, with Grant, and also with the Davis County Health Department, trying to determine what this might look like. We recognize too that because this is a little bit different, it's outside the facility. It looks like that we need to also get a conditional use permit. We're in the process of putting that application together so that we can get that together. And as part of it, one of the concepts or ideas that we came up with was some sort of a situation where, you know, when a car, well, let me format kind of the formula we're looking for. Maybe that'll be best to start with. We have the capacity not only to put a performance stage out there to do the broadcasting, we already have that equipment to do. We would bring cars, and we've talked with the police department on this too, we would bring cars in on the west side, so those parking areas that are there in front of the business towers, we could utilize those as initially a staging location, also a chance to check. We're talking about basically putting like a $10 minimal charge so that we can get people reserving, so we know how many we're dealing with. The concert itself would be short, about a 45-minute concert. And so once we get them in that position, then we would usher them into locations in the parking south of the building and do the concert. Then as we usher them out, we would usher them out on the east side, directing them north and south to clear things as quickly as possible. If there are enough people interested, the shortness of the concert allows us to do 2 or maybe 3 in a given night. We would only do these on a Friday and Saturday night, basically between 6 and it would end before 10 o'clock, the whole thing. Keeping it really kind of simple and that direct. So one of the ideas too that came up was, I wonder if it would be kind of a cool idea to create some sort of a message. We have currently coming up on Saturday, if you have not seen it, reach out and look for our information on the web and on our website, also with Facebook, that sort of thing, about our online concert that's coming up. That ought to be a lot of fun. We've named that Reconnect. We were thinking maybe it would be a nice thing to continue that message. and potentially hand out, even if it's just rubberized wristbands that have that message on it. And the question was whether or not the city would be interested in helping us financially to get those kinds of things, or it sounds like you've got a lot of other things going on. We just didn't know whether trying to help tie that in and make sure that the message was getting out on all levels. So that was one of the ideas. As you can see, it's as far as exactly what it looks like, we're getting close, but we're still in the process of trying to finish that up. This would be something that we would start probably on the 26th of June, do a Friday and Saturday then. The next week it would be a different show. The next week it would be a different show with different music. Probably do 4 of those, and if things are going well, we might just repeat those. So a number of different ideas going on. We thought this would be kind of a fun, clever, something different than people are used to. And yeah, questions. Brant, was there something I missed?
So we caught most of that. I caught all of it, Jensen. You got some background noise, but we did get it. Yeah, Council, did you understand all that okay?
I think I got the gist. And
Yeah,
I think it's a great idea, and I think we should attempt to entertain it. I mean, like to know what the costs are, but
The anticipation of this idea of the wristband, we figure as well, really on the high end, depending on how many people we get, would be maybe a $3,000 price tag or less. So it's really pretty nominal. You know, it's one of those things that it would be kind of nice to have people running around the city with something that says, hey, you remember, we need to reconnect in some way. So that was the idea.
Well, as long as, Jen, there's a let's all go to the lobby dance and the opportunity to buy some bag concessions, I'm there.
Yeah, concessions are a whole nother conversation, George.
Sealed and delivered. No contact.
Exactly.
Or let me buy them virtually online.
Somebody went down the direction of popcorn, and I shut that one down really fast. So that was.
Well, Jan, it sounds like they like it, like the idea of getting more details, proceeding forward with it. Brent?
Yeah, well, we feel like that we're in pretty good shape as far as getting everything all together, so we're not too worried about that. I went ahead earlier this evening and put in the application that was needed for the permit. It sounds like the first real opportunity for us is going to be actually the 24th. So it'll be cutting it close, and we realize that if for some reason they say no, then we would have to postpone until we figure out what their questions are.
24th of
June.
Okay.
Just a quick tech support question for you, Jan. Do you have external speakers plugged into your laptop or your computer?
I do not.
Oh, okay. You've got some really bad speakers because it's feeding back. We're getting a great Doctor Who villain or Bond villain. When you listen to the playback, it's pretty awesome.
I work hard
I'm
on
feeling
that.
a little scared.
Somebody said I sounded like Darth Vader the other day, so I don't know what's going on there.
Well, the other day we lost you completely, Jan. So I said to Brent, hey, we have him, so I'm going to keep him on. But yeah, you did sound like Darth Vader. Brent, is there more on this topic, this number 3, or Brent or Jan?
No, we'll just, Jansen is just working with Corey to go through the conditional use permit process. That's Lisa, Corey, and myself have been kind of debating how do we streamline this and make it happen as soon as possible. But in all honesty, to give us a little bit of regulatory control, if you know, just to make sure traffic is taken care of, noise, things like that. Jan's going to do it all, but we just want to make sure we follow the same process. One item that we're working with Jansen is about, generally it takes about 3 weeks to get on planning commission meeting, but Corey is going to expedite that and get it on the 24th, and which will line up perfectly for what the schedule outline will be. So Jansen's working on the application, trying to get it done by the end of the week, and we're just going to go through a standard CUP. So we're not compromising our processes in any way. So.
All right, sounds great. Can I move on to the next item, or?
Well, with that, Mayor, I mean, the financial assistance discussion is still there, and I don't know if Jansen has any proposals or any requests that he'd like to make that the council can consider and discuss.
Sure. I'm going to turn down my speaker and I'll just talk for a second here. Just nod to me if that's better. No better?
Nope.
Wow, it's not my speakers then. I don't know what the deal is.
I was hoping it was your speaker, but we'll just deal.
Hopefully you're not sick. Hopefully you're not
Question
sick.
for
If
us
you're
right
sick,
now
you're.
is, you guys were really supportive in putting in a temporary suspension of our lease payments. And so we're here in June, and that was when we wanted to talk about it again. It would be really great for us if we could continue that for a period of time. The last decision was a 90-day period. 90 days would put us, I think, towards the end of September or October, which is when we feel like is the most likely restart for in the building presentations. And so I would certainly think that would be very helpful to us if you're willing to consider that.
I'm willing to consider that. Can we do that through just simple staff direction, or how do we have to put that together to make that happen? I mean, does anyone oppose to doing that for another 90 days?
Oh, didn't we just do it by a resolution the last time?
We did.
I think you just did it by motion last time.
Yeah. I don't remember signing a resolution on it.
Well, then I would motion that we continue the lease relief for another 90-day period.
Second.
We have a motion by Director McHugh and a second by Director Ince. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? All right, sounds like it's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for all you're doing. We're missing the place.
We are too. We're missing everybody here. It's really weird.
You know, I heard and I heard him in tears, Greg Miller going back into the Vivint solution for the first time today, and he was ready to get things up and going, and I'm sure that's how some people feel about the theater.
Yep.
Yeah, so we miss it. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the support that you guys give us. Thank you very much.
You're
just out of curiosity, since you're, I don't know if the right word is staff, your volunteers cover more than the city. Have you had anyone, have you lost anyone?
We currently have not. Especially the PPP that came through the government money has helped us keep staff on hand. That is a worry. We want to be sure that we've got that great staff still in place. And so as we've been negotiating as we go into the next few months, looking for really focusing there, as well as the essential contracts that we have for the facility and that sort of thing. So, so far so good. We've got a great group that are very dedicated to what we're trying to do. So.
Well, I'm glad about that part. I was talking about health-wise.
Health-wise, actually, we're doing quite well. We haven't really we've had a couple of families that have had some scares, that sort of thing. But as far as physically, everyone's done quite well.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Jansen.
Appreciate it.
All right, item number 4, minutes review and acceptance of the May 5th, 2020 RDA minutes. Motion to accept or discussion?
So moved.
Second? Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That appears unanimous. Look for a motion to adjourn to return to City Council.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're back at city council. Let me move my agenda back around.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing the deployment of security personnel devices or systems as allowed by law, with no intent to return to regular city council meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Before I call for a vote, how do we do it? Are you going to instruct us on that before or after my vote call?
I've asked Brandon to go ahead and have Leah set up another Zoom meeting that will be distributed to staff and council that are involved in this, and then we'll just reconvene in that.
Okay.
Already been sent, and Councilmember Ivy, I will text you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right,
So
you
we're,
remember that motion and second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Go look at your emails.